So we're live, we're live, we're live. Right, this one is yes. You're Lloyd.
Okay. Yeah.
I hope you're doing great. Today you I hope you're doing great. Yeah, but you're on the screen, you're on the screen. I was trying to set up on the other channel. But I hope you're doing great and you had a good night. I mean, you have slept well or you've just woken up
No, I'm been up for about an hour.
or you woke up a long time ago.
Yeah.
Let me share this one in the group. Will Fred be coming on?
Afraid why?
Fred, the guy called Fred. You know Fred. He said that you are supposed to
Yeah.
do it.
I'll send. You want me to send him the link? Because he said he didn't get it.
Yeah, you can send him a link. I thought he was in the WhatsApp group. But yeah, you can send it to him. The joining link. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can send it to him. You can send it to him. Then we see if he join. I've sent it on WhatsApp, so I don't have his inbox. I I mean I've sent it in the WhatsApp group, not the inbox. But I hope he will come around.
Right. Well, I sent it to him, so he should be coming around.
Then also Marlon also said that he will come around. I don't know, but they had an issue with Fred. So, but I hope I'm audible on my side. You can hear me well. Okay, let me see. Or I sent it to him on. I sent it to him in his inbox. Yeah. Let me see, Fred. Okay, you frozen. So hello. I don't know if you're just joining us. So I hope you're doing great, man. And feel free to like the stream. Of course, like the stream so that we can be able to be suggested to more people, so that we can have more people coming in. And today we have Lloyd and Fred. Lloyd is already has already joined, but he's frozen because he went to look for Fred. And we have Lloyd and Fred, and they're going to talk about what we have on the title. David, man, thanks a lot for being around, and feel free to remember to hit the like button. It helps a lot. Remember to hit the like button, Fred. David.
Hey,
Yes, I can
hello
hear you,
guys.
brother. Six.
Yeah,
Brother, oh, you're around. You're around. I'd sent. I load you back now. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I was sending some stuff to your WhatsApp, some pictures and stuff.
Okay, but still, I can hear a lot of echo. So I'll be posting one person. I mean, I'll be putting one person on mute when the other one is talking.
But you're hearing echo on my side.
On your side is okay. I think Lloyd is also been okay. I think he has inserted. I think he's okay. Yes, yes, yes. David, that is it. So Lloyd, you want me to show on the screen? Mhm. I think Lloyd is the one who is unable to hear us. But today I see that he has earphones.
I'm gonna try to use them.
Yeah, yeah. Now it's okay. Actually, now it's okay. No, no echo. So where do you want us to begin or to start? I know the title of the video is like if it's possible to replicate Tesla's work in 2025, but we can just talk about what you guys
Chris,
want us
do
to
you,
talk
do you,
about. Yeah.
do you get a piece of paper, a pencil or a pen, and a calculator?
Calculator.
Yeah.
You want me to get a piece of paper? I doubt if I'll be able to. I doubt if I have books. But I saw that it seems like you have.
Right.
Let me send this video. Save. David. So David, thanks man for being around. Bravo 6 is gone. Let me see how I can save these videos so that it will be easy to share them. You want to do some calculations?
Put what?
You want to do some calculations?
I couldn't understand what you were saying.
I'm saying, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You want to do calculations, like you want to,
Oh, calculations. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
gonna do some small calculations.
okay.
Calculator.
Yeah, paper, pencil, calculator, go. So network Metatron one, thanks a lot for coming around. Oh, that's why you disappeared. I see. I hope it's okay now. Let me add you on the screen. So Lloyd, where do you want to begin? But yeah, I see it's showing one bar Bravo 6, the internet.
Well, we're gonna start in is that one, we want everybody to know how easy this is to uh take two different sources of DC, one from a battery and one from solar, and combine them together. So we want everybody to know that in the industry that they've been doing this for a very, very long time, that you can have more than one charge controller. So if you can have more than one charge controller and send it to a single bus, it means that you can have a bunch of solar panels that have different amps, different voltages, and add them all together, or you can have a battery hooked to that. And I gave you a diagram if you want to put that diagram up. And once you can do that, this is going to be the little secret that they don't really want out. Because when I said we're going to do small calculations, one of the things I want to send is someone the size of the solar that put out 145 volts. If you look at that size of that 145 volts, what happened is that the volts matter. And when you actually add in the amps from the battery, then you have volts times amps. And that means now we can take something very, very small and you can get a lot of power out of it. So when you start to see these things and we show these things, yeah, that's what we're going to talk about, because all they have to do is use two charge controllers. It makes it very easy, because all the stuff that we talked about, MOSFETs, all these kind of things, all that's in your charge controllers, your transistors, your diodes, all this is already in there. And I sent you a picture of what's inside of a charge controller. And we ain't talking about an expensive one like a MPPT. We're just talking about one of the cheap ones. I think they're about $10 or $11. So if you get these things, what happened is that now it'll put it on the same level as everything that you're putting in. And once you put those in on the same level, they can be combined. So we want to show what the industry shows, and we want to be able to show what people can do with this charge controller. And once they're able to take this uh, two components, try it for themselves, very simple. All of a sudden, you're charging your battery at a very, very high rate. So I don't know if you can put those pictures up, Chris. Did you did you get the ones I sent?
Hello, Lloyd. Hello. I'm sorry, internet. I'm sorry, electricity. Electricity went away.
Yeah,
But you go on, go on, go on. It's back. It's
but
back.
the whole point is that you can just take some simple components, get the same results. So if you put up with the pictures I showed you, you can see the size of the solar. So what happened is that we get people to duplicate what I've done and see if they get the same results. So yeah, you have people who's duplicating the work, and we have, if you want to put up the video, we got video that people have already done this. And once everybody started to see that this has been around for many, many years, it was like, well, how come they never said it? There's plenty of people on YouTube who said this and used these things. So that's what I sent to your WhatsApp, and showed you that you can use more than one charge controller to combine. And we that's the name that I came up with, call it amp injection. It means I purposely take a battery, which is a DC source, and put it into the system to get the amps, and then the voltage comes from the solars. And when you take those two and bring them together, and all the batteries are hooked up, then all of a sudden you have amps times volts, but you have watts, more watts than what is put out. Because if you got 145 volts times 1 amp, you got 145 amps, and you're charging your battery at that level. So if you're charging your battery at that level, then all of a sudden, if you got watts, and that's the key word. If you got watts, then when you're taking stuff off of there, is how much energy you taking off of there. Where it if it goes past 145 watts, then you're draining the battery. But if it's beneath that, it's going under the battery, and it's just like your regular solar. If your sun is full at 12 o'clock and you're taking a little bit of energy off, that means your batteries are still being charged. You know, so you can change that. You can always add in more than one solar. That you can see the charge controller that has their transistors in it, the very things that we've been talking about. So those cheap charge controllers, um, they already have all the components you need into it. So anybody who's trying to do this, all they got to do is hook up the charge controllers. Do you see the picture of the drawing I put out?
Yes, I can
Thi-
see it.
This one.
No, that's a drawing. Yeah, I'll try to send a better picture. Hold on. You see that? I sent a better picture.
Okay.
But you should be able to make out in the drawing that is three batteries. You see the chart two charge controllers.
It is.
Yes. So you should be able to make that all out. You see the solar panels, the ones that's driven by LED light. That was the first thing that we had to prove that we can do. Is actually get voltage, not amperage, but voltage from the solar panels using LED lights, which takes 5 watts of power out of this system. So once we did that and got past all that hurdle, because a lot of people said you couldn't do it, and then all of a sudden a bunch of people on the channels was doing it. Uh, Once we get past that, then the second thing they said you couldn't mix the power of a battery with the solar panels. And then we did that and we got past that hurdle. So now that you can now add the amps of the battery and the solar power, then you see the amount of voltage. That was the biggest key, because that was a whole lot of voltage that you're just adding a little bit of the amps of a battery. So once you can get those two to connect together, all of a sudden you get a lot of power that's charging the batteries, because you're charging the batteries with wattage. And that was the whole point that we were trying to prove, that this has been done already. Because again, the industry has already used multiple charge controllers for a very, very long time. And they named it specifically. If you have different types of solar panels, some having higher amps, some having lower lamps. And I sent out before that I had already used the double CCs, charge controllers. And when I did that, what I was trying to do is actually get circuits that I can build myself, simple circuits to do what the charge controllers were doing. Some people had success in it, some people didn't have success in it. So now we went back to a common ground where everybody can do it, everybody can duplicate this type of technology. And then once everybody's on the same page that it's possible to do this, okay? So that means that when you're actually doing 145 watts, that's different from 145 volts. That's big difference, you know. And if you start adding more, you can get up to 700 with the same voltage. All you have to do is add a couple more amps. So you can add as many amps as you want. And if you see on the diagram, we have a veritable resistor that can change the level of amps or the level of voltage. It's just about the circuitry. So we made this very, very easy for everybody to duplicate and start doing. And that's what my books are about. So they're just about what I experience, what I've used, what I've done. People can go onto my YouTube channel and look at these videos and then ask me questions, you know, because I did divide up a lot of my videos just for the experiments. And yeah, I have a single video explaining exactly what if LED lights can charge a battery using solar. So that I did a whole entire video just on that. So yeah, it gets kind of confusing that you don't put it all together, but that's the whole point of protecting your work. So Bravo, you have anything to say?
Well, I guess you sum it up, basically everything. Um,
Yeah, but you could talk about uh the stuff that you've done.
yeah, the circuit that I've done and I'm still using involves three solar charge controllers and three battery for each solar charge controller, and I also use a joule teeth in order to optimize the energy, and in order to not waste the battery to be able to light up the lights. So yesterday live we talked about using to
Fred, Bravo 6,
I changed it. The strip LED lights are powering. No, uh, sorry,
your internet,
you're saying, Chris?
your internet, your internet is,
My internet is breaking down.
yeah.
There,
Can I
Chris,
continue or
is
Yeah.
it's a picture that I put up there that of his solar panels. Show that.
Okay. In a moment.
but I was saying that yesterday I was able to, or today in the morning I was able to put the LED strip light running through the same system, so there's no external power powering those LED lights. And during the day, uh, in the morning, where the sun was not hitting the solar panel, it was interesting because the circuit was running pretty well, and then the sun starts hitting the panel. It started to charging all the batteries at once. But what I noticed since yesterday and the days before is that when I started using the LED strip lights with a solar panel, the battery that was being used as a solar panel at night would not deplete as fast as before. So when I got to my solar station, I noticed that the 12-volt battery that used to discharge to 11 volts, 11.2 volts, was at 12.9 volts. So it dropped from 13.3, 13.4 during the night to charge the other batteries or maintaining the batteries, and the light was connected, and I had 12.9 volts still. So the discharge was very slow because the LED strip lights with the solar panel were maintaining the 12-volt battery. So this solar that you see here on the picture can provide 51 volts if you put 8 volts from the joule TIF that is above. But if you reduce the voltage to 3.4 volts, you get like 40 volts of this solar panel, and that in this picture is just one. You can put another one in below, because the light strip has on top and on the bottom, and you can then put if necessary, to put the solar panels in series and get 100 volts from there. And this is a very small. It's like 12 cells of 5 volts. So you can increase it a little bit, but for my system this is enough, because I'm going to use a 24-volt battery as a solar panel, and these solar cells will have to match that voltage. So I don't need a 200 solar volt with these cells, because it will not make a difference. What makes the difference is the battery, what kind of battery you put it in. And if you put with a couple amps, you better use. So this one is a 51.9 at 8 volts, but I don't want to run 8 volts all the time, because I will be pulling more energy from the battery, which is in a loop. So I want to reduce this 8 volts to 3 point something volts or 2 point something volts, and then get the volts that I need, which is around in this case it will be around 30 volts. But yeah, this is a very small box you can put it in, so it's going to be all night running, and it's not going to consume the system and much energy from the system. Yesterday we were discussing that it's going to drain, or it's going to consume, and there would be a loss. But today in the morning I didn't see a significant loss, because I just dropped from 13 volts to 13.3 volts to 12.9 volts. I also share with Chris some pictures taken from 7:30 in the morning, where you can confirm the readings on my app, Victron app, and also the picture that I took from I sent him a video, but it's a little bit big to be put here, I think, but it explains how the numbers that the circuit had at the time. It was like 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't know. So where the sun was not touching the panel yet. So I think this is a good approach that I noticed on the system, because before I was using these LED strip lights and the solar, and I could only start charging the batteries at I don't know, 11:30 in the morning, and then 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and the batteries were full. But with this method, I can charge the batteries during the night, and when I wake up in the morning, the batteries are full. I don't need to start charging them. And yeah, that's basically the little improvement that I've done on the circuit. So in this picture, it's just one, but in the afternoon, I added another one on the bottom. So it will be 2 times these. I'm not saying voltage because I'm not putting them in series. They are in parallel, but I can put them in series and increase the volts and allow the solar charge controller or the battery to deal with more volts and maintain that voltage, because the purpose of these LED strips and the solar cells are to maintain the battery the longer as possible. So, and I noticed the difference between with these solar cells and LED strips or without. So that's why I think that all these videos and all the information that we are sharing is important. If you guys want to also use this kind of technology, or because the battery, as Lloyd said before, we have the volts here from these small solar cells, and then the amps will be merged with the battery. So when the volts and the battery get the volts and the amps get together, they go to the booster, and they get more power into the solar charge controller. So I don't know what I could say anymore. Yesterday I shared a couple videos on the group, and I think they kind of show how the circuit is running. So I can pass the voice to someone else because I don't know what else to say at the moment.
Well,
Chris, Lloyd.
Chris, we can answer some of the questions because I think Scam Chan said so. This is only to charge the battery and nothing more. Yes, it's to charge the battery with wattage, and that's what all solar systems do: charge the battery. So even in the video that you see here, that whole setup, if we just put the solar panels in the sun, is to do what? To charge the battery. That was the main purpose of all this solar stuff in the first place. Now, can you take direct energy off of it? Yeah, you can take direct energy off of it. But the whole point of it was to store this energy for later use, and that was the point to charge the battery. So, I'm just trying to answer some of the questions that I see. The state of the charge, can you tell them the state of your charge of your batteries? Because I always try to keep my batteries at full when I do it. But I think he's showing on the video that the state of the batteries, his batteries when he did his test.
Yes, the batteries are always full. And at the moment, I'm charging a power bank on the video as well. But the panel is directly on sunlight, so it's normally that it is charging. But the thing is that at night, where there's no sunlight, for example, 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., there's no sunlight, you can still charge the batteries with this kind of system. That's the beauty and the things that we are trying to point out. So in here in this picture, what I'm trying to say is that the volts on the voltmeter is higher than the volts on the black solar controller, because the volts from the LED and the solar panels, the small solar panels, are higher than what the battery is having. So that's why the battery lasts longer during the night, because the volts is going to be always higher, a little bit higher. But the problem is that the solar panels do not provide amps, so they only have volts. But when you combine the volts with the amps from the battery, there's a small balance to find an equilibrium.
You frozen?
Yeah, his internet is freezing.
That's why there's a lot of wires showing. But the battery that I showed behind the panel is the third battery, which is a temporary one. That one is a 24 volt, 100 amp hour battery. But the ideal is to get a 51 volt, um, 300 amp hour battery, or a 20 kilowatt hour battery, something like that, just to power the equipment on the house. And hopefully, I don't know how it's gonna behave, but hopefully it's gonna charge 24 hours a day.
So this question from Scamchan is saying that, so if the battery was dead from the start, what will that do to everything else in 11 hours time? Or you have already answered it.
So in this case, what would happen is that the first battery, if the first battery was completely empty, there would be no energy to the system, basically, because that battery would probably guide the rest of the circuit. But as soon as the sun comes, it will start charging this battery. And I think a small battery capacitance will be enough, because it's just to run during the night, and the next day it's going to be charged. So I'm still trying to figure out what would be the best capacitance, but I think that maybe a 40 or 50 amp hour capacitance would be enough. Not sure, but I'm going to put a 24 volts, 100 amp hour battery, the one that's behind the panels, just to see how it behaves, because it will run all night. That's for sure. I don't have any doubts. But for example, imagine that you catch 2 or 3 days without sunlight, and probably during the day, the light from the outside is going to charge a little bit of that battery, because it's a 12 volt, it's a 24 volt battery. And when I get 12 volts from the solar panel outside, which normally gives me 25 volts, it will boost it up, the 24 volts to 70 something, 70 or 80 volts to the booster, and then it will charge very fast the battery.
So
And
Scamchan is trying to confirm. Do you see his question?
which question?
Scamchan is just trying to confirm if you mean it will take 11 hours If you're
Uh,
sure we could given us without the sun.
yes, yesterday I just tested yesterday with a 12-volt battery. They say it's a 138 volt, 138 amp hour battery, but I think that's the amperage that it's able to deliver. But the capacitance of that battery, I feel that it's like a 40 amp hour battery, 40 amps battery. So it's a very small battery. It's like a I think you saw yesterday. It's a blue one. It's like a small box, like one palm of the hands. And from yesterday to today, with the solar LED light strips, it dropped from 13.2 or 13.3 to 12.9. So the loss was very 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 low. That's why yesterday I said that it was irrelevant or insignificant. So because next day it will charge when the sun comes up, and that's what happened. It charged it on the video. You could see that it charged to 14 volts. So it charges really fast. So, but I think a bigger battery with more amps would probably hold 2, 3, 4 days, maybe.
Well, here's a question: is for Scam is if your battery is dead at night and you don't have any sun on your solar, what does your solar system do? Now, basically, like I said, if you took a small stored energy battery, that's what we use it for, and you add it with the solar panels, you'll be able to charge at nighttime. Okay, so the point is that energy comes from somewhere. So we actually just take the energy that we have in the battery, even if it was only 1 amp, which could be taken off one of those phone chargers. So if you add the 1 amp to the phone charger in an emergency, with this system, you'll be able to charge your bigger batteries. So that was the point of all this, is that you can mix the amps times the volts and get your watts out, and the system doesn't have to be that big. So it's like jump starting your car. So again, the whole point is that not to deplete your batteries, because even the industry tells you not to deplete your batteries over 50%, especially if they lead acid, because you're destroying the batteries. But like I said, we made it so simple for people to try. And most of the people who, if they have solar, they have these things lying around. So when they actually start doing this, all of a sudden this breaks the myth of everything that's been told, because now you're going to see that the system actually does do what we say that it does, and it is a point with it. It's the point is it's a smaller footprint that you can charge at nighttime when everybody else's solar is down, and you can mix the volts times amps. And here's another thing, and I know he hasn't tested this, but if you get a solar panel that has high amperage and a solar panel that has high voltage, and they're running off uh, a small battery, 5 volts phone charger, the ones we use for emergency. I use them all the time. You now have your amps, and you can charge a totally dead battery off this small amount of amps and volts that you're supplying from um, your solar panels. And these solar panels do not have to be that big. to actually mix those two. All you have to do is know how much amps you're getting from one solar panel that you made up, and then the other one you get your voltage that you made up. Your two charge controllers, mix those together, and it starts charging your battery at nighttime. So again, that was the one key that we were trying to get people to understand, that we can charge 24 hours a day. Then when the sun comes out, you have all this extra energy and the whole system charges back up. But you don't want to be having dead batteries in your solar systems, because that's just not recommended in the first place.
So in order to answer Scam Chan about either it can charge a battery without sun or not, yes, it can. It can charge the battery without sunlight. So it happened yesterday when we were on the live, and I was charging the battery, and after an hour, I got the battery fully charged in float mode. So it was on green. So it was charging. Um, sometimes feel that it is charging as if it was at 12 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning. With my system is not very strong, but I feel that it would be like charging as with 100 something watts from this system. So that would be like 100 watts at night, as if the sun was there. But with the battery being able to not deplete so fast, you will be able to charge the other batteries like buckets. In cascade, they are filling the tank, and in the morning when the sun comes up, it will charge the first battery, and the other batteries will be full, because the first battery was uh, passing the energy through them, so they were charging the batteries during the night. I need to put a big load, I need to put an inverter. I have not yet buy an inverter for the purpose, because I still don't have the big battery, the 51-volt battery. But I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna buy a battery with an inverter incorporated or not, or if an inverter is gonna be separated. So that's why I don't have an inverter to test it, and ideally it's gonna be a sine wave, because I have a couple inverters, but they are not sine wave, and they are for 12-volt batteries, and at the moment I'm using 24-volt batteries on the output, but the idea is to use the 51-volt battery. So there are a lot of these equipments are expensive, so I need time to buy the bigger battery, but
Caleb is asking if you're using it to run any appliance in your house.
at the moment I'm just using for lights for the living room. I'm using it's six 12-volt LED lights that are being powered by a joule tooth. So the load from my last Victron, which is connected to a 24-volt battery, 100 amp hour battery, that load, which is 26 volts, is going to a transformer, and then that transformer transforms the 26 volts to 5 volts, that goes into a joule tooth that provides energy to the 12-volt LED bulbs. And I know that I can run 18 watts 12-volt LED bulbs, 6 or 8, without any significant difference. And I'm having the lights on my living room. but the idea is to run these to run the energy to power some distilled water machines and the appliances. Indeed, I need an inverter for those to power those equipments, because they are very heavy equipments. They are like 220 volts plugs, you know. So that's why I need to get the battery and the inverter. So at the moment, if I connect my, I could put a step down from 24 to 12 volts and use an inverter that I have, but it's not a sine wave inverter, unfortunately. That's why probably it wouldn't. And I already tried it and it didn't work. The machines weren't working because it was not a sine wave. It was an old equipment that I had.
One of the things I did when I ran my system is that I took my solar panels and I ran them through my EcoFlow. So I unplug the EcoFlow from the wall, and I'm able to actually charge my system from the solar panels, and uh, again a small emergency battery. Mix those two together, and it was able to charge up my EcoFlow. And I didn't have to plug it into the wall ever. And I just kept it like that. And I ran them for a couple of months just off my solar panels and that emergency. And since the 1 amp that comes from the battery charger had passed through charging, it was plugged into the EcoFlow. So it's all about wattage. So if you got the bigger wattage going into your system, then that's all that matters. And anybody can do this little test and find out that volts times amps is what matters, and that you can get your amps from two different spaces. Once you start fooling around with that, you're going to start figuring out that you can charge just about any systems and it doesn't have to be plugged in the wall. And I think, in my opinion, most people don't want you off the grid like that. They want to be able to calculate how much energy you're using and keep you on that grid. But if you can take your EcoFlow to a cabin or camping, and you're able to take the system that you're looking at, that someone else is confirming, that you can take a solar panel plus a small battery and charge up your system. These are the same things that you have in your car when you want to charge your battery, and you have a booster pack when your battery go dead. So if the system we're seeing is no good to anybody, then guess what? When you get your car and your dead batteries, and you those little booster batteries that you buy, they don't buy one, because it's no use to you to to jump your system with another small battery. So again, the bigger reservoir from the EcoFlow would charge the smaller one, and it wouldn't be any significant power loss because you're actually getting the power from the solar. So that was the point of it. And once you start seeing that you can do these small loops and that they do what I say they do, then a lot of people will be using this system off grid.
So there's this question from Caleb is asking if you've considered running both systems together, like MOSFET and double negative P diode. If yes,
Yeah,
what was the outcome?
no, I haven't run them together, but what we're doing, the double negative P is just a diode, which is supposed to block flow from the solar and the battery from seeing each other. What the attempt was is to do the same thing the charge controller does, where when you plug something into the solar part, it doesn't backfeed into the solar. And if you do that with the battery the same way, that means both energies are being used. So the whole point is that we said we wanted to make the circuit so we can integrate them into the solar panels that we're using. So that means that that circuit would be on the back of the solar panel, which you're looking at, and make it all one little small compact system. So what he was showing you in that picture is that he had LED lights on both sides. He can put another panel on the other side. And then on top of those two panels, you can integrate all your technologies. But again, somebody that can do more electronics better than I can, we would just take it to the company and have them do it. So we're just covering all the bases. We're showing people that this is possible and that this is what we've done. And now there are companies in China, what's names this, that will do all the electronics and stuff for you. So you can have this made. And again, when you start to see things, how compact it is, then you start to understand that you can recharge a battery from something so small that can sit on your desk. Then that is the whole point of it. That was the whole point of having this and saying I can charge it at nighttime. All I have to do is have a little preserved power and I can get my whole system up and running. And it's 100% true. So they don't like the industries don't like stuff like this because again they want to keep in control. But here's the thing, we're not asking somebody to go out and pay $1 million for a system to test something out. What we're saying is those charge controllers and stuff like that are very cheap, and you can use even the cheaper ones, the $11, $10. I've even seen them down to $5, depending on the how many amps they can go through it. But once you just start testing the thing out where we're saying that you can mix battery power with voltage power, then once you build the system, you'll start seeing the what what it can actually do and the purpose of the whole thing. And if you have a purpose for something, you're going to use it. So that's what I tell people to go do. Go test it yourself and then let them figure it out. Because in the group, a lot of people complained that I wasn't directing them, and I did, but that was the whole point. I wanted them to see what I did, let them test it out in their ways, and figure this out for themselves. And you will if you start testing these systems, and then you're going to see that yeah, I can charge at nighttime. It will charge the batteries. Uh, that amount of wattage that you're seeing is going to charge, even if it was a regular solar panel in the sun, it's going to charge your battery at that level of wattage. So that again, when somebody tells to tell you that, hey, don't use this, then what happened is that you lose out, especially if you run out of energy at night. So
But is it something that can be able to run your house at night or only the bulbs, like the lights?
you
Can it
can
like
run, you can run the system because if you look at the diagram that I gave you, once this system reaches a certain level, say if your batteries were dead, you use the emergency battery to get the amps up. You can plug that directly into the system. You have USBs on the charge controller. And I've said this many times. I says, hey, won't you plug it into the charge controller and see how long your system works? I give people this those types of questions, whether they do it or not, because then they'll see for themselves how long the system will run. You already got the amps, okay? So you only need 1 amp, and if you think if you take off 1 amp, your system just crashes, then remember You only get like from the solar panels I have, they were 20-watt solar panels. They only put out 1 amp point 15. So that's all the amps they give. They don't give a whole lot, and you have to have full brightness of sun to even get that 1 amp. So the whole point is that when you go to my videos and you start watching them, you start to see that even with less than 1 amp, we talk about milliamps, that the system was actually enough energy to get the charge controller to operate. And then the energy going through it, I use a step down, and that step down was able to push enough energy into my inverter. Then I took out the plug from the wall and plugged it into the inverter, which then the light came back on, and then you had your full loop. And I showed that. So it was like, okay, so now we're charging the battery back up and we're running the inverter. If they said it's just running off the power of the inverter, then we just turn off the inverter. And I says, well, now what? When you turn off the inverter, you still are charging the batteries with that light on. So whether you got it from a separate battery or you got it from the system itself, the video show that you it was possible to take amps from somewhere else and give energy to your system. And that was the point, to get your battery back up to level, and then you can run this back into a loop. So again, it doesn't deplete the battery. You have to test it for yourself. It's very simple, and you'll see taking 5 watts or something low power off your battery is not going to deplete your battery, because you're putting more back into the batteries than you're taking off. He's taking 145 watts of power. So you take 5 off of that, you got 140 watts left over. That will charge your battery and still run the LED lights. So you're not going to deplete your battery off of something so small and insignificant. And we've ran the numbers, we did all that, and now we have tests that you can see that people ran it overnight and their batteries wasn't depleted by morning. So again, I just tell people the only way you're going to learn and push past all this is that you actually go do what we're telling you to do. Use 2 charge controllers, put one on the battery and put the other one on the solar panels, and make sure that the volts times amps is higher than what you're taking off. So the LED lights, 5 watts. What you're pushing back into the system, 140 watts. The math tells you everything you need to know. So that's why we urge people to go do these tests, and then all of a sudden you'll find out all of this history, all the negativity. It goes back on to people that said it, and you wondering, oh, they've been trying to scare us and not to trying something so simple. You know, like I said, when I gave it to the group, I says, look, this is it. Go out and test it. And people were having positive results. Some people were having negative results. But I didn't panic, because all of a sudden, when you start to, the things that they were having trouble with, it was the actual circuits that I was built. They said some of my circuits were different than what they were getting. It was okay. But as soon as I gave them the charge controller, now everybody was on the same level. So again, it's not going to hurt nobody to do this simple little test, and you'll see it for yourself. So they keep making up arguments that we have to go back and change everything, like the solar. First of all, they told us that LED lights would not put out any energy whatsoever voltage, what's name. You could not run solar off of LED lights. So once people start doing that, and you start seeing the pictures, even you, Chris, it was a whole bunch of people who were doing small, compact pictures in the group. You remember that? I think his is like 1 inch by 1 inch, and he had it all wrapped in electrical tape, black electrical tape. You remember the picture he put up there, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. So once a person gets past that thing that you can have that amount of voltage, then all of a sudden when you put any type of amps into this system, okay, then you're charging at very high levels of wattage. Okay. That was the point of it. Very high thing. And some of it is too high to even think, because for a small system like that, to get 5,000 watts of power was very easy. And that succeeded some of the charge controllers. And it can damage the charge controllers if you go above the power level that's printed on the machine itself. So again, once you start to see that you can exceed these wattages, then you go, whoa, this is real power. Yeah. And it's, you add this to your system, it's useful.
And
So there's a lot of people who's gonna go ahead. What was the question?
this question on the screen is from Caleb. I think he's trying to find out like if you're using the same battery. I mean, he's putting in a concept of where you can be using your phone and you are recharging your phone at the same time. Then at the end, your phone will get fully charged 100%. So he's asking if that will happen to the same system that you're talking about, the solar.
Yes. Yes. It's called pass through charging. And
So,
yeah, it
like, can
does
you
that.
be? The question is, want you wants to know is, can you be using that battery and you're recharging it at
Yes.
night?
Yes. And I have videos of that. So if you go to my channel, Lloyd Stovall, which is my name, and you'll see that I have my charge controller hooked to my battery, and I take two extra wires and jump it from the battery side over to the solar side. And when the LED lights get into that, I'm charging the battery that I'm getting the amps from, because I'm only taking a very little amps off the battery. So I'm putting a bunch of wattage back into the battery. So when you go there and you watch it, and Chris, put up the picture I have of the battery with the jumper wires to the charge controller. If you look at that diagram, when you see it, and you start to see, once you getting your energy from your LED driven solar panels, you're not just getting amps by themselves, you're not just getting voltage by itself, you're getting amps times volts going back into your system, which is wattage. So if you got your wattage and it's high enough, it's going to charge the battery. And that's what I demonstrated. I even
So,
turned up. Go ahead.
yeah, like what Caleb wants to know is if it will run continuously without running down, like
Yes.
without hitting the battery that you're using. You're using as battery A to charge battery B.
Yes, that's because you were splitting the energy. You're taking 1 amps off your battery, and then you're putting more wattage back into the system. And once you put that higher voltage, it's like this. If you have um, 1 amp times 1 volt, okay, then that equals wattage. But if you put 2 volts on that, you're getting a higher wattage. And when you put 145, you're getting a higher wattage. So if the whole system is about watts, then the whole system becomes about the voltage you can get off the solar panels, because you have plenty of amps in your battery. and you can split the amps. If you couldn't split the amps, what happened is you can't plug in to your wall, because remember, your fuses are normally 20 amps, 15 amps. If you can't split amps, you can only plug one thing into your wall socket at a time. That means you only get one set of amps in your wall socket. And if you can't split it, that means you can only run one component at a time. If you can put multiple components at a time and plug it into your wall, it means that they divide up the amps to do that. That means, yes, you can run your computer off of the power that you get from your electrical plug. The same thing that you can do with this battery, you can use multiple things and split up the amperage and then use it to recharge itself because of the control of voltage coming into your system.
Just let me add up one thing that I forgot to mention. The loads that I'm using are the lights, as I've mentioned before, but I also use I have a power bank station where I charge my power banks, and with a 36-volt battery, 100 amp uh, battery, and this method, I can plug in the power bank as when I want. I can plug in the afternoon, in the night, in the morning, and it will not deplete my battery. Before I had the 36-volt battery and the light strip LEDs with a solar, I had to pay attention when I was connecting my power banks. I needed to wait for the sunlight to touch the solar panel that is outside to be able to charge correctly the power bank without depleting the battery. Because when I charge the power bank at night without this system, in the morning I didn't had any energy on my battery, 12-volt battery, so it drained the battery completely and shuts off the system. That's why the cascaded, the first battery, the second, and the third in my circuit that you see on the video are necessary so that the energy are pass from one battery to another one. But when they are passing to other batteries, there's a boosting. So from a 12 volts, you are able to charge 51-volt batteries or higher volt batteries, 76-volt batteries, for example, because you can go up to 90 volts with those boost solar controllers. And with the power bank, that power bank that is on the video, it is fast charging, as you could see somewhere on the video. It provides energy to your phone, so you can charge your phone around 12 times. So it is charged within 17 hours. So if I put it in the afternoon, the next day at night will probably be charged. It is a fast charging rate, and it is not depleting the battery. It was before, but not now with this system. And I'm confident to be able to use it with the power banks at least. But sooner or later, I will move on to appliances, because that's the goal. I want to be able to power the appliances in the house with the system. But now I know that I can maintain the charge during the night to the last battery. So I think that's important, because if you use the battery during the day and afternoon, and at night, the battery will probably die and you will not be able to use it. So you have to wait until the morning till the sun comes up and start charging the battery. You probably have to wait a little bit, maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour. I don't have any idea how much, but probably this is what's happening. People have to wait for the battery to get charged, or maybe they don't have batteries and they use directly from the solar cells, from the solar panels outside. It's their options. But um, in this situation, I'm able to charge the batteries during the night with some power better than charge with a little bit energy than without anything. And with this, I hope to answer Caleb's question about the powering the phone. You know that I'm not yet powering any appliances in the house because I don't have the inverter, so I cannot answer that yet.
Well, it was someone that says that cars works like this, and you have to realize what you're talking about. If your battery from your car cannot be charged and discharged at the same time, then once you're charging the battery from your jumper cables when your batteries are dead, and you turn over the car, and once that car turns over, how are you getting energy off the battery? The car should never be able to turn over until the batteries are fully charged. So we all know that you can charge a battery and discharge the battery at the same time. You wouldn't be able to run your solar system if you can't charge your batteries and discharge your batteries. Because soon as you turn on your inverters, and even if you had full sun, that the energy that is charging your batteries would stop. But anybody can look at right on their charge controller that the sun coming in charging the batteries, and at the same time you're running your inverter, you're doing both at the same time. You're taking energy off for the inverter, and you're charging with the sun, and your charge controller will tell you that you're doing both at the same time. So that just answers that question. So yeah, it works just like a car because you can take energy off a battery and charge it at the same time. Again, this is the whole point of when we talk about pass-through charging on some of the phone chargers. Not every phone charger has that, but we can say that we can use another example. How do you use your phone and plug it into the wall at the same time? If you plug your phone in when your battery's at 1 volt or 1 bar or however it calculates it, and you say, I'm running out of energy, but you don't need to get off the phone, and you plug it in, your phone is going to recharge back up while you're using the energy from the phone. This has been known for a very long time. So again, when people say your car works like this, yes, your car works like this. There's a whole bunch of gadgets out there that work like this. And all you have to do is experience it for yourself. So instead of listening to people, you just go out and do it. Because again, the examples that I gave you, you like, oh, my phone is running out of thing. So what do? You take a small battery charger, you plug your phone in, and you keep talking. You're still using the energy while you're charging your phone. People do it at airports all the time. So it's up to you to try something so simple and dispel all that. Okay. It's very easy to dispel that. You just got to go out and start doing these things. If somebody can talk you out of doing something or into doing something, then you're not a leader, you're a follower. But if you can just simply test it for yourself and see it and experience, then you start to wonder, why did they didn't want you to know this in the first place? So again, I just urge people to go out and just do what your these little functions, and then find out why it does what it does. Look it up and says, well, can I charge my phone at the same time that I'm using it? And why? What is the function that allows me to do that? And the circuitry that they put in there allowed, because older phones didn't have that capability. Matter of fact, the older phones, once you plug your charger in there, it would cut off the phone and anybody you was communicating with. So the newer phones allowed you to charge and discharge at the same time so you can stay on the phone while charging your phone. So it's very easy. Okay, Scam Chan, if you're not using the energy from your phone, where's the energy coming from? How's the battery getting charged if you're on the phone? And we're not talking about if it's a dead battery, because the dead battery means you don't have any energy. What we're saying is if you're having energy from the battery and you plug in energy, extra energy into the system, okay, that the phone starts to go from one bar to full bars. So again, if it's not doing two both at the same time, then why doesn't the phone just turn off? Okay, if the charger is charging the phone, then the battery, what's happening to the battery? How does it get full? You're still talking about whether the energy comes from the battery, is still charging the battery, and you're using the phone still. So you're still doing two things at one time. That's what we're talking about. No matter how you say it, you're still doing two things at the same time.
Let me just say that uh, when I put my power banks charging, I'm not using the power banks. I'm allowing the power banks to charge because I want the power banks to charge up. But when they are charged, I remove them from the power bank station and I use the power banks disconnected from the circuit. So I don't know if the BMS on the batteries that I have allows to charge and use it at the same time. I think so because my last battery, I don't know if this is the case, but my last battery and my last Victron, it is charging and it is providing the energy through the load. And I'm running the lights almost 24 hours a day, and now the strip light with the strip lights as well. So it is providing energy through the load of the Victron, but it is also charging and maintaining the volts. So the battery is completely full all the time now. And basically, my last battery, which should be the 41 volts, and in this case is a 24-volt battery, is always full because it has a 36 volt behind it. So this is the bucket system that Lloyd was saying, which makes sense, and it is working on, at least on my circuit. It is working. I know I don't have a very big loads at the moment, but sooner or later I will have it because that's the goal.
And can you be able to show us like your setup on a live, or you don't want to do that? Like the camera want to be able to show your face, I think so. Bravo 6.
Yeah, sorry, say again.
Can you be able to show us like what is happening with your with your setup on like on li- live right now?
Do you want me to show you my system now?
Yeah.
Okay, I can try. I'm not at the living room, so because the kids are wakened, and there will be probably there's some sounds that's gonna be boring.
Yeah, Scam Chan, that the batteries are not charging at full potential, but that's the whole point. It's splitting the energy into going into two systems, which that's what we've been trying to tell people. Yeah, it is pulling from these other areas, and its system is not at full thing, but it is possible to do more than one thing at the same time. This is the reason why they have battery charger with pass-through charging. And I have a video that shows this. Okay. On the video, I showed one battery that does not have pass-through charging. If you plug it in, the system just turns right off. You can only either charge or discharge. But when you have pass-through charging, you're able not only to charge the battery, but something else attached to it. So I use those batteries all the time. Matter of fact, I'm using one now, and I have it plugged in. It's charging the battery at the same time is filling the battery and keeping my phone on. So now, when in the morning, instead of having a dead battery, I have a full battery in the morning, and I use the energy from the battery itself. That's what they call pass through charging. So it's a common thing. People use it all the time. And like I said, you're doing more than one job because you can split up amps and volts and all that. It doesn't have to just do one thing. And that was the whole point of this conversation, is to let people know, why do you think that if you just do one thing, and if you do anything else, is going to delete your system, or is going to give you no energy? Well, then you need to test that. You got to see that you can split this up. It may charge.
Hey Lloyd,
Yeah.
let me break up a little bit. Chris, can I show you the live so I can show you the system as it is at the moment? I hope you can see now the scene, and this one is reading 12.4, 72.9. This one 40 volts, 75, 77. It goes, sometimes it goes to 80, 81. So both batteries, this one and by the way, the amps, that's the amps that is reading. It's 1, 2 amps fluctuating. In here, here's let's 12.4. So the battery is 12.4. I'm charging this one. So it's fast charging. It's at 81%. This is my power bank station. So I can at the moment charge 3 power banks with no problems. Let's turn on these and see how's the lights. So 12.57, 12.6. So I'm comparing this 12.5, 12.5 with this 12.4. So there's a 12.1 in here, 12.4, as you can see, and then over here on the solar panels, it's the volts are higher. So that's why it's maintaining the volts on the battery, because it's always higher than the battery. In here, let's see how's I just updated a little bit. Let me. So I've put 2 panels. There's one below and there's one above. As above, so below, as they say. And yeah, that's just tight in there. I'm probably gonna update this, but the thing is that oh, and I can. I'm just using 3.9 volts in here. I could reduce it a little bit, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this from the circuit, which is the battery. Let's see what happens. No, it's not here. It's here. I need to disconnect from the battery. So it is connected from the battery, and we will see how much volts the panels are getting. So 39.8, because I'm running 3 volts. But if I increase the volts in here, it's going to be higher. You see, so it's dimmable. 7.8 volts, but it's 51. If I put those panels in series, it's going to be 100 volts. But I don't need those, so I can put like this is a 12. I'm charging a 12-volt battery, so I don't need much. I don't need much volts in here from the joule tooth. I could put it like in the minimum. So 1.1 volts, I would get 25 volts would be enough to charge the 12-volt battery. But I want to push a little bit the system, so I'm getting like the three. Oh, by the way, the lights, these lights are coming directly from the loads. So there's no power bank now connected. It's coming from the load, so there's a loop coming in here, and then it's feeding the lights in here. So I'm gonna just leave it like this: 1.9 volts from the from the joule tip, and the lights are almost dim, but I can increase a little bit, like let's say 5 volts. You get the idea. So 2.3 volts, 2.4 volts, and I'm getting 20 something. Sorry, it's so dark. So I'm getting Masonic guys. Um, let's put it here and connect this to the circuit so that it can maintain the volts. Okay, it's connected. Everything is connected. It's still charging, and it's a fast charging, as you can see. I know it's charging, but it's always green, so I'm not. It's irrelevant. This goes to ID because he says there's a loss. Yes, of course there's a loss, but with this kind of a thing, with the kind of these buckets, I'm changing this bucket to this bucket, and this bucket goes to the other bucket, and the buckets are always full. So again, 12.4. Here is 40 because there's a 40 volts in here going in there, and I can charge a 51-volt battery, which is the goal to power the appliances. Because with a 24-volt battery, 100 amp battery, which is this one, I will not be able to power the equipments very long. That's why I need to have the bigger battery. So basically, that's what I have at the moment, and everything is green. Okay, so I hope, and the kids are making noise. I hope this helps.
To answer some of the questions is one, supersonic, you got it. And the reason why you got the correct answer is because when you look through the chat and you said I'm charging my phone right now, you actually experienced it. So all the stuff that they try to tell you, first of all, we never said you're going to charge the dead batteries from nothing. What we're saying is that if you got a laptop, if a tablet, a phone, that if it has some type of charge on there, that you can charge it and use the device at the same time. So you said it correctly. It does charge up. Does it take a little bit longer to charge? Yes, it takes a little bit longer. But that wasn't the question. Everybody tries to confuse you on what we're saying. What we're saying is that most of us who have newer phones are used to charging your phone while you're using it at the same time. Now, maybe where Chris lives, you can't charge your phone at the same time you use it, Chris?
Hello, hey, I was doing something. Yeah, was saying
I said you not able to charge your phone at the same time that you're using it?
you can be able to charge it to 100%. So initial mm, Caleb's question was like the system, like what Bravo 6 has shown us. If I think it was asking if you're using battery A, can you be able to use the same battery to charge another battery and again recharge the same battery to full capacity? That issue came from Caleb's question. Let me look for it.
I personally, yes, in my system, I can do that.
It is so it just gave an example of in case you're using a phone, like an example for a phone, but you wanted to know like how does this is you can see I don't know if you can see on the screen.
Yeah, yes, because you have the higher wattage. So yes, you're going to have the higher wattage. So yes, you're going to be able to charge the system, and that's all of that. It's just that you're managing energy more efficient.
Uh,
That's it. It's just managing energy. And Chris, you didn't answer the question. Is it a purpose why you didn't answer the question?
I
which
don't think
question?
that I don't think he was paying attention, but maybe I'll help Chris. Just what Lloyd asked you is that when you use your phone, can you charge the phone at the same time while you're using, or when you're charging the phone, you cannot do conversations and so on?
You can charge your phone while using it. I think everyone can do that in 2025.
Well, yes, this is true. But what I'm saying is, you have people in your chat saying that it will not be charging, that you cannot do this. This is what we're saying that until people actually start doing these little things, they get misled. So the whole point is that you can charge your phone while you're using it and talking on your phone or playing games. If your battery gets low before it dies, and you plug it in and it'll charge the phone, and you can stay on and continue your game, or you're talking to the person you're talking to. This is what we're talking about, managing energy. Your system does the same thing. And when you give these examples and people are trying to say, no, you can't do this, you can't do this, we've been doing it for a very long time.
So
Now
yeah,
you
yeah, I
have somebody
understand.
said he can provide mathematics for this. Can
Yeah,
you get him on?
yeah. I'm trying to get him on. He had commented on one of the video. I told him to email me earlier, but I think he forgot. So I've shared a join link. I hope he will join. His name is it Etienne Andres or what? He had commented on one of the video that you did, and he said that he can be able to give the math.
Yes. Yes,
Then
he emailed me.
I told him to email me, but I think he forgot. But if you can see, there's a joining link that I've just shared. Just click on it. I think here he is. Yeah. I hope
Hey
he goes.
guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good,
I,
pretty good. How are you guys?
We're
So
doing good.
excellent, excellent. So yeah, I was just reviewing all of these videos the other day and everything, and I think I have some theoretical that I want to share with you. Let me show you if I can share my screen.
Yeah, yeah. Feel
Okay.
free.
This actually I did with the help of the artificial intelligence. So let me show you. The first thing that we need to check is the law of Faraday. So, the Faraday, the Faraday. So you guys are familiar with this one, uh, law of Faraday. Are you guys familiar with it or no?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so it talks about the tension that will be induced by a magnetic field that is changing in time. Right. This is what this is saying. So this is saying the voltage, which is this epsilon, is going to be equal to minus n, which is the number of turns of the coil, I think. And then this one on top is the difference in the magnetic field, and the one below is the difference in time. So I was checking this one the other day, and if you see what happens if you make the time really small, see, so the this delta t, what happens if we make it super small? You guys know?
How they? No, no. Explain it to us.
Okay, let me show you. This is okay. Uh, well, basically, what we have to do is you cannot obviously make this zero because okay, let's do something. Actually, I'm gonna show you. This was my process of thought the other day. Let me show you. So say that we have the coil, right? We have the coil here. I'm gonna draw the coil. So we have the coil, and then we have negative this side, and we have positive this side.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you have guys have been saying, right? So if you open the switch first you close the switch, and there will be differential. Let's say that we are applying 12 volts here. So the current will start to flow, right, from positive to negative. It's gonna keep going, flowing
Okay.
flowing through the coil, right?
Right.
And then what this is gonna happen is gonna create the magnetic field, right, which is gonna be opening up like this, right?
Right.
And then what happens if you just cut the current, cut the difference in potential? You cut it all of the sudden. So there is no differential in potential anymore. So the current cannot flow anymore, basically, because the resistance of the circuit, when you cut the flow, it's going to become infinite resistance. There will be no flow at all, right? Do you
Right.
agree to
Right.
that? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So still the magnetic field still exists at that point in time because it did not go anywhere. It's not like it's going to instantly disappear. So theoretically it can it can disappear, like, well, theoretically what is going to happen is that um it should disappear, right? It should disappear, it should go away. That's in theory, but in reality it seems like that's not happening. And what's happening is that the energy, the magnetic field is collapsing towards the coil, like this,
Yeah.
right?
You're talking about back EMF.
Exactly, by EMF. And that's going to induce a current in this coil, but in the other way. Like the current is going to flow into this way. So when that happens, if this was a physical switch, there can be an arc right here generated to discharge the energy that was left stored in the coil,
Right.
right? So uh, this is when you look at the formula, it's saying that it's going to be the difference between the rate of change of the magnetic field against the time. So if we look at this example, at what time or at what velocity, how much time is going to take this to 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 move this distance? Let's say that it's maybe, I don't know, 5 inches over here. So how much time will the magnetic field is going to reach the coil, right?
Right.
How long is it going to take to collapse? That's the question. Like, how long is it going to take to collapse? So because it's collapsing at the speed of light, this time becomes really, 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 really super small, because the magnetic field is collapsing at the speed of light, right?
Okay.
So let me show you this. I'm gonna show you my DeepSeek chat, because the other day I was, just asking this question.
I don't believe it's collapsing at the speed of light, but it is collapsing really fast.
Exactly, exactly. It is the if I'm not mistaken, what is keeping it from collapsing at the speed of light is that the speed of light has a certain speed in the air, for example. Like it's not the same as in the vacuum, right?
Right.
Right.
Electrons don't move at the speed of light, so
Ex- yes, that also, that also. So right here, I'm asking, what's at what speed is the magnetic field going to collapse? Assuming there is a coil, a copper coil, connected to a switch that is opening. That's my question. Okay, and this is throwing this theoretical analysis right here. So this is what I'm saying. Theoretical instantaneous collapse. In an ideal scenario with no resistance or capacitance, the magnetic field will collapse instantly as the current stops. However, this is unphysically due to infinite voltage spikes. What we were talking about, it cannot be infinite. It cannot be zero. dt cannot be zero because it's dividing, right?
right. Right.
It has to be a very, very minimal value, but it has to be. It cannot be zero. So
Exactly.
this is what. If you take a look at this, um, in this example, it's saying that the voltage is going to go so high that the air will become a conductor at 3000 volts, right?
Yep.
And at that time, the spark will be discharged into the air and into the ground, and that's going to happen. In this example, it's going to happen in 33 microseconds with a given coil of 1 Henry of inductance, and given an initial amperage of 1 amp. So look at my next question. In the previous example, you're telling me that there during this instance there was a generation of 3000 watts, because it was 3000 volts, 1 amp, right? Which is 3000 watts.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to make my screen a little bit bigger.
Oh yeah, let me try to make it bigger here. So see how in this example, because the air is breaking at 3000 volts, during that time, there was a voltage spike and a power
Right.
spike of 3000 watts. So look at what this is telling me. This is telling me you are correct in noting that 3 kilowatts was producing 3000 watts, but this represents the instantaneous power dissipated during the collapse of the magnetic field, not the total energy or the sustained power. Here's a
Right.
breakdown of the physics. So here's going to tell us why this is not breaking the laws of physics. As you can see here, this is the energy stored in the coil. This is the energy stored in the coil. If there is 1 amp of current going through the coil, it's
Yeah.
only 5.05 joules. So that's really, really few energy. Okay, but look at this. Instantaneous power during release. Okay, 3000 volts, 1 amp, 3000 watts. Okay, but look at this. Average power equals to amount of energy release between the amount of time that it took you. And because the amount of time that is taking you is so few, this is why it's giving us, in this case, the average one is giving us 1500. and the max power is gonna give us 3,000 watts. So this means that this 5 joules of energy was released in only 333 microseconds. So the power, the power, the power. Remember the definition of power. If we look at the average power definition, average power formula, average power is equals to amount of work done between amount of time taken. So this is another formula in which if you make the time really few, like a really small amount of time, the power is going to be greater.
And yeah, you talking about frequency now or hertz.
Yes, because this is only you could say it's only one crest of the sine wave, right? Because in
Right.
the sine wave there will be basically because we only tap the switch once, we're only generating like one single pulse. So this is just
Yes.
one, yeah, this is just one arc basically. And so yeah, this is what I wanted to show you because it's telling me this, and then at some point it actually tell me that oh, see, at no point did I ask anything about infinite energy, 0 point energy, or whatever. And she's telling me, oh, but beware, this is not infinite energy. The coil's energy is finite and safely dissipated through the arc. So what it's trying to tell us is that somehow this is not free energy. We know that this is not free energy, but it's because the energy is being released in such a small amount of time that the
What what
power is so great.
what is your definition of free energy?
Well, I mean, it's not like we are creating energy out of nothing because you needed to start with the 5 joules.
Right. And I agree with that. But my definition of free energy is energy you don't pay for.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So again, people have different ideas on what free energy is, and all these definitions people have. One of the biggest thing that I argue with, and I talk to a lot of different types of AI. Google is more stringent, and so me and the AI is having a discussion on what is over unity. I take over unity from the dictionary, okay? And it's taking over unity from people who are what they consider pseudoscience. But as soon as you start to ask AI if the people you're taking this definition from is pseudoscience and you're saying that their science is wrong, why are you trying to make that into a definition when you already have definitions for the very word that are correct? Why would you say now this word over unity and these words already existed before they changed it? Why are you now changing it to something you'd say is incorrect? And it couldn't answer that question. He says it sees my argument, but this is what is acceptable for today. So, we got a lot of people who say that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. You had people who thought they were Superman and jumped out of off the roofs and out of windows and stuff. So, the results of that. A woman is a woman, a man is a man, and we can't fly. So when you start to look at the base thing, you start to see that everybody uses these terminology traps to keep us ignorant to the fact we can do more than what we say. So if you're taking your example and you have 3 coils in there, and those coils are going to separate items, and I start pushing my magnet back and forth to get the electrons to move, then are that energy going to those 3 different items, or is it only going to one item since all these coils are wrapped right on top of each other? You do you understand my example?
Right.
Right. So the whole point is that you can manage energy by doing multiple things with the energy that you're supplying from the magnet. So if the magnet is inducing the electrons to move, and now it's actually getting that amps and volts out of that coil, then when you have more than one coil going to more than one thing, you're splitting up the power. And all electronics are like this. That means that we can manage energy, and Nikola Tesla did this when he did his motor, and when he had his three-phase motors. Those wires are overlapping each other, and yes, he can do more than one thing. And the example that you gives that example that, yeah, if you're overlapping energy and you're getting it to do something separate than what it was originally doing, it is quite possible. The math you just showed does show that it is quite possible to have phased energy.
Yeah, definitely. It is absolutely possible. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The only thing that they're saying is that it's impossible to harvest or whatever. But I mean, I think we need to work like in the engineering to harvest it, right? Like,
yeah.
yeah,
But we're not saying that we're getting more power out. We're just saying that we're managing energy between two circuits. So you can have two different circuits doing two different things, and still it just splits the energy. That means that they're not getting the full benefit, but it's still in a positive range. So yeah, you can
yeah,
split energy. You
yeah.
know,
And we just made a demonstration that is not violating the laws of physics. Like,
yes,
it's not the same. Like, for example, if I move my car, if I push it 1 meter, I spend 500 watts. But it's depends on the time that I did it. If I did it in 5 seconds, maybe I spend the 500 watts. But if I did it in 5 microseconds, then I did it with 30,000 watts, or I don't know, whatever. But we're not violating the laws of physics. We're just distributing the energy, as you mentioned, like in a faster way, in a more efficient manner.
yeah, you
Yeah.
know that a chart a a charge pump does the same thing. You have two capacitors. If you attach them together and you pulse it really fast, you get double the voltage out. And they call it a voltage doubler or a charge pump. They have different names for it. But if you have one capacitor and you're doing the same thing, you're just getting the same energy out. But if you split it between the two and you ask the question, how am I getting double the energy out? And because both of them are contributing energy, but they're alternating. And this is what Nikola Tesla is all everybody has been talking about, how you can overlap something. So if you wanted to put it in an example, if you took a string and attach it to a magnet, and every time you pulse that magnet, the string would move. You would see a wave go down to the end that has a pulse. Now that wave, once it hits that little anchor or post that you have it to, will bounce back and you'll see the wave coming back. Now, if you don't put any more energy on there, it the wave stops. But when you pulse it at the exact time that the wave hits the magnet again, it doubles the wave. Okay. And if you keep doing that, okay, so this is what we talked about, synchronizing energy. And this is what Nikolai also talk about, scalar waves, and how you can actually scale these waves up from just the same energy that you're applying into it. And if people don't understand the technical terms that I'm saying, it's like going on a swing. If you're pumping your legs and your back and forth of your upper body at a specific time, the swing will go higher. But if you don't do that, then the swing will stop swinging, period. So once you understand the timing of the swing going back and forth, you start to understand that it's a specific time that you can pulse this energy and you'll get to a higher level of energy. And Nikola Tesla describes this. It is usable, and scientists use this type of stuff all the time. So, yeah,
Yeah,
what we're
and
just talking about is energy management.
this guy saying, notice how he skipped the fact that he admitted there is no free energy in the pulse. There is no free energy, like no free energy. The energy is already stored, but the difference is in what is the speed that is being released. It's not the same that you release it yourself, that you get the help from the speed of light to release this energy. Because in this case, we're getting the help of the speed of light to release the energy. That's where you could say the extra energy is coming from. It's from the speed of light. Because the speed of light is pushing the magnetic field towards the coil at a really fast rate. The only thing that limits the rate of speed is the air and the rest of the components. But
Let, let me ask you a question. If you have a battery, can you charge your battery at 100 amps?
well, yeah, I guess
You can charge your 12-volt battery at 100 amps.
that's a little bit too much, I guess. But I think you can
Yes.
do it, right?
That that's exactly right. It's too much. The recommended amps that they want you to charge your battery is at 20 amps at max, so you don't destroy the cell. That means what you start to see is the liquid in there starts to boil off, and you'll start seeing the steam or the smoke coming out of the battery. The Because you're actually damaging the battery. Now, with that said, if my battery has 100 amps and I can only charge it at 20 amps, can I release more than 20 amps off the battery at one time?
Yes, you could with this collapsing field energy.
So would that be called in the frame that I stated? Wouldn't that be called that I can have more power coming out of the system than I can put into the system?
Yes, power. Yes.
Okay. So I try to describe this because with that terminology, if you use it correctly, there's a lot of other systems that's stored energy, and then you have stored energy that you can take off more for a small duration of time, energy than you're putting into the system. So when you're doing this and you understand what you're doing, then that
Right.
means that if you have multiple batteries and you want to double the energy because you can only put so much energy into it, then it all results to time related. So
Exactly. Exactly.
this is how I came up with the theory of over unity, and I'm talking about the dictionary words over plus unity, using it from the dictionary, what those words mean. And when you use it in the correct terms, they never wanted this out of there because what happened is that I can keep running my systems and putting a battery in a water wheel simulation, and then the energy that is going into a battery, you're pouring that same energy out. And if you do that fast enough, that means the switching between the two, it seems like you have infinite energy, even though it is coming from stored energy. So I
Yes.
have,
Yes.
yeah,
Let's go back
we
to
can
it.
do that with capacitors too.
Yeah. Let's just go back to it real quick. I just want to show that one more time. Okay, I'm sharing my screen, right? You guys can see it.
No, I can't see it yet.
No, not me.
Uh, Sharing your screen. Okay, now.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So let's just go back to it, because this amount of work that is being done in the 33 microseconds in this pulse, it was just one pulse. But what happens if you could pulse it a lot of times with a device like a MOSFET in this case, as you have mentioned? The MOSFET can turn it on and off, on and off, on and off. So this cycle that we just talked about can repeat, and we can be continuing to generate this and even more power, probably a lot of more power. So the power, yes, it's growing, the power, but as you can see, this is telling us that the energy is conserving. It's only 5 joules, but the issue comes uh, when you are releasing that energy in such a small amount of time. This
Right.
is giving
E
you
over
more
delta
power.
times time.
Notice how it's not giving us more energy. It's giving us more
Right.
power, but it's not giving us more energy. It's the same
Right.
energy released in less time.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's where everything matches, and that's why we need, like, the as you said, like the pulse. This is only one switching, when we can keep doing that all the time, like in a way to generate the sine wave.
Right. And this is what your MOSFETs do if people don't understand.
Yeah, yeah. All right, guys, I just wanted to show that, but I have to fly right now. But
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you, guys. We'll keep in touch. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hmm. Chris, you still with us?
Yes, yes, yes.
Anything else you wanted to ask? Because, like I say, we covered everything. We got through it. So, again, anybody got more questions?
Maybe my question will be just like this part. I think I will post it first. Like, what does anyone need? Like, say you have a solar panel and you want to be able to run your system at night. What component like should one go and buy, and which type of LEDs? There's a question I'd seen one time, somebody asking if you need a specific type of LEDs or you just need any, because there's an issue to do again with the wavelength, I think. So
Okay.
like what does a
Put up.
person need? Let's say somebody's watching right now and they want to try out this. What do they need to go and buy? And
Okay.
yeah.
So, here's the thing. Put up the picture of that's in the thing about the LEDs and the solar light.
Yes, as I put up, you can say maybe what does a person need, but I'm looking for it. You still around or you're frozen?
Can you hear me? Can you go into your WhatsApp, get the picture of the person holding the LED light over the solar panel, and it says 145 volts.
Yeah, don't forget that when if you put these the solar panels at sun, it will give you 180, but it's LED lights. Just for comparison.
Yeah, that's what
Uh,
we want to show. We want to
yeah,
show a comparison on that. He asked what type of LEDs, all that. That picture answers a lot of questions.
yeah.
Pierodusa is saying that there's nothing like free energy if your definition of free is strict. Uh,
Well, again, it depends on your definition of free energy. Free energy, like using water or wind. Again, the energy that comes from that comes from nature, and If I take and chop down a tree and I burn it, the only people who's going to charge me money for it is people who are running the system. Otherwise, that's just the labor of what I put into it to chop down the tree. If I pick up the twig, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the solar panels. It has the number 145 at the top. That's the video. No, it's one more that looks similar to that. I'll send it to you again, Chris. Hold on.
Well, in my case, I can tell you that I'm powering my power banks freely with sunlight. Yeah, I use solar panels, indeed, but during the night, I'm charging my power bank with not sunlight, but with a battery that was charged by sunlight during the day, and I'm maintaining the battery so that in the morning I can use the batteries for other things. So I would say that this is free energy in a way, but I had to pay the equipment, so it's not free because I had to pay the equipment. But at the same time, when you pick up the water on the river, you need a bucket. So you had to build one bucket from the nature, like Lloyd said, and well, basically it's free from the sun, and we're just storing the energy to use it later. I think that's the definition of free.
Yeah, that exactly. So again, people's definition it gets mixed up when people try to double use the meaning, and the words have double meaning. So when you say free, is it free from your labor? No. Is it free from you paying for? Yes. So which definition are you talking about? We're talking about free from paying from the grid. That means if I go out and chop wood, yes, it's costing me energy. That's my labor, but it doesn't cost me money to do it because nature did that for me. If I go and get wind power, is that free? Yes, because the energy company can't charge me for that particular energy coming into my house. So if we keep doing that, we start to understand that what is your definition of free energy? Because there's going to be a lot of people trying to keep you from doing what you're seeing on screen. You have 145 watts. You see him just holding um, an LED light over the top of it, and then you see the actual reading 110 watts, and that's because some of the solar panels are shaded. So the whole point is that the system itself, all the LED lights, when you smooth out or what do you equalize light over the top of all the solar panels, is capable of putting out 145 volts. And he realized that he actually got the 145 volts. Um, so again, when you start to ask the questions, what type of LED lights is showing you? Just about any LED light, depending on how wide or big your solar panel is. You just wanted it evenly distributed over all the panels so you get the maximum amount of voltage out of it. So again, we just want the volts. Then we're able to take amps from another source and add that in. And that's the reason why we're using more than one charge controller So everybody can do that very easily and actually experience that they can get amps from one source and voltage from another source, and those things can be blended together to get the watts they needed in their system. And it's very powerful because look at the size of um the actual panel. Now he has a big panel outside. And I believe at the time he took this picture, it was at night. So that panel wasn't running. So again, you're seeing this little panel that's sitting on my table is actually with the assistance of the battery. That means getting extra amps from another source, is putting out more wattage than the big solar that is outside. So that's the point of this whole system. And then when you compare the wattage of the big solar that uses the sun and the wattage that's coming from this system that's sitting on your table. So when people start to see this and realize this, all of a sudden they start to see that this is a very powerful system and that running the LED lights could actually do this. So that's why I challenge people if they're listening, hey, come try this. Try using the dual controllers and see if you can get the same thing. And when you do, hey, when we have another show, come back on the show and tell us, hey, we did this and it worked or it didn't work. Let us know your results.
Yeah, I agree. And also, don't forget, Chris, that when in this live, you asked me to show the circuit, and I showed you, and then I was able to dim the lights. So if you are using a bigger solar cells, for example, 200 watts, I mean 200 volts, from the solar panels to 100 volts from these panels, you don't need to have a bright light. You can reduce the energy that you are using, like I did on live, and it's dimmable. You can dim the thing, and you won't be using so much energy from the batteries, and it's very dim. and, and you're getting the volts that you need to power the circuit. At the moment, again, the circuit is on float mode. Everything is green. Everything is charged. But I'm charging a power bank. I'm still charging a power bank. It's at 84% at the moment. Yeah, 84. So tomorrow will be no, 84, and tomorrow will be 100%, and the batteries will be fully charged. And when the sun comes, there's nothing to charge because it charged during the day. Yeah, well, it's probably charged the blue battery, the 12-volt battery, but the other batteries are fully charged because I'm not using a load. But if then I start using a load during the day, the solar panel outside will charge the first battery, and if it's not a sunny day, it will use the battery as a solar panel. But sooner or later, the sun will come and charge that battery, and that battery will cascade to the other ones. But the other ones will have to deplete first. But the LED types, I think any LED type of bright white lights. I'm using a 12-volt LED strips because I'm running. I want a bright light. I wanted a bright light, but actually I don't need it. So I'm running a joule TIF, and that joule TIF is taking like the 2 volts, but it's stepping up to 230 volts, and it's adjusting to the 12-volt LED strip. So there's enough power to power the whole 5 meters. I think it's 5 meters that I had. So I cut and put it on the small board, and Yeah, it's 12-volt LED strip lights, white light, bright light, white bright light, basically. Um, but yeah, if you need more volts for because you're using a bigger battery, let's say 110-volt battery, for example, for some reason you need a 110-volt battery, just build a bigger solar panel and put LED lights in them, and then run it the lights, and you will have that voltage. But then you will need the amps from the battery to mix them together. But the LEDs, as I told before, and this is a reminder, the LEDs and the LED strips and the solar panels are just to maintain the voltage on the battery so that the battery doesn't discharge so quickly. That's what I perceived with the experiments that I've been doing.
Hey, Chris, there was a question. It says, why does direct sunlight produce voltage from the panels and LED lights don't? Besides, the the simple fact is that this is an easy question. Go on and get the LED lights and shine it on any little small solar that you have, even your phone charger that has a solar on it, and see if the little green light comes on. That kind of answers your question. So the whole point is that it it won't produce a lot of amps, but it's going to give you all your voltage you want. That was the whole point of the system, is to get the voltage. And I knew that from the beginning when I start testing it, that I got this high amount of voltage. And one of the experiments that I showed, if I got all this types of voltage using an MPPT, can it take that voltage, step it down, and get some kind of usable amps in there? Well, I got the answer, and the answer is yes. But I stopped using it because I can do that with a DC to DC converter that you can buy off of Amazon. It'll step down the voltage, and it'll tell you I can take 36 volts, step it down to 12 volts, and it'll give you amps out. Okay, so again, this is not something new. It's just something that people need to start trying. And when they actually start to get these things, which are on the market, you start to see that within reason that you can step down just voltage and then actually get amps. So they have devices for that. So you either got a boost converter or a buck converter. They do similar things of stepping down electricity for the buck converter, and then the boost converter steps up electricity. Okay, so again, those are two different circuits that do something similar that you can buy in the store. So once you start actually using stuff, you can tell the people who are doing this and the people who are just talking about it. Correct. It that's my definition. Until you start paying for it, it is free.
Hey Chris, maybe I should show the live of my circuit so you guys see the difference between the last live and now. Can I show it once again?
Okay, just let me look for it. It's not here. It's not here. I'm going to show it in a minute. Okay, nice answer. Caleb agrees with your answer. Then this comment which was from Etienne, was it from Etienne or Chris? Somebody is saying that in the future we can be able to beam. Maybe they'll be able to beam direct sunlight from. I mean, this way it means solar. Power plants can be able to run 24 hours, 24/7, which now had me wondering like why are solar like people use solar plants not using LEDs to run at night.
Um, that's the reason why we're bringing it to market. So we're actually going to get this design and put it on the market so people can see that we made a step forward with technology. The whole point is that we offered it free. That's why we're talking about it. We're showing you how we did it, the results that we did. So the simple fact is that you can do something so simple. So if you just take two cheap charge controllers, a battery, and some solar that's running off of LED lights, then you can see the results for yourself. If you can't, then just wait for the unit to come out and buy it from the store. So it's for people who are at a level of the degree to test this. Um, and once you test it, just like other people have tested my circuit, then they start to fully understand that this system works and is very, very good at what it does. And all it does is just it's able to self charge using the voltage of the solar panels and a small amount of amps from the battery. And as you can see in the diagram, if you're looking at it, there's three batteries. It's battery, those two main batteries that were at the bottom is what you're going to attach your inverter to change it from DC to AC and take energy off those batteries. But that extra battery up there at the top, right next across from the solar panels, that is trickle charging the amps into the charge controller, so you would have amps. And I put variable resistors on it, so we can be able to control the voltage and the amps that is taking off that battery. So if you know anything about batteries, that the main power is when you're drawing from those two big batteries, it all batteries want to equalize, and they're just like water. If you put water and attach a bunch of buckets, the water level wants to stay the same in all the buckets. It wants to equalize. So that means it will automatically pull energy from that other battery to equalize the power. So again, when we talk about putting the variable resistor on there, the variable resistor is to keep it from drawing too much amps off the system or too much voltage going back into the system of the charge controller. So we know exactly how much amps we're pulling off of it, and we know how much voltage we put on there. Now you have amps times volts. So again, this is a simple way for everybody to use this system, try it out, and then tell us what your results are.
Well, I observed on the circuit while I'm still charging the power bank, which is 84% fast charging. The blue battery, the first battery, the 12-volt battery, is decreasing, while the other ones are totally fully charged. They are on float mode still. So the blue battery is 11.8 volts because it's being powering the other batteries, and the loads, which is the power bank, is charging. So I'm getting 11.8 from the solar control, the black solar controller, and 11.91 from the LED light strips, and the Victrons are green, both. So the first battery is depleting, is being used, but in the morning when the sun comes, that battery, which is the smaller one, which is serving as a solar panel at night, will fully charged very fast, like in 30 minutes or 1 hour. And the other batteries, which are the most important batteries on the circuit, they will remain fully charged when the morning comes, to be able to run appliances or other things. The appliances, I still don't have it, but this is how the circuit is at the moment. So the battery that is being used as a solar panel at night is being drained as normally, but it is charging the other batteries even without the sunlight. So that's the situation.
Do you see the question up there? I don't know if you can see that question, but I'm going to try to answer it. All the batteries are 12 volts. They're whatever amps you want to use. So that depends on what size batteries you want to use. It's the whole point of the reason why this is set up is for you to test. So if you see the CC up there, you know that means charge controller. And then you see the two squares to the left at the top, those are solar panels. And the little line at in the middle of it is the LED light, rope lights. So you can spread it evenly over the solar panels back and front. And then on your right, you have a 12-volt battery, and then you have your two batteries at the bottom. So all you have to do is follow the red and black lines, positive and negative, and basically you have the circuit explained. And that was your question. So it was explaining it. So again, when you actually do this, um, which is a very simple setup, even a child can do this. So tell us your results. And then you'll actually start to see that you can take the voltage and amperage of two different systems, which they've done for years, use two different charge controllers, which has um, transistors and um, diodes in it. But this is an easy way for everyone to do it simply. And once you do that, it changes everything. It changes everything that you're going to think about solar, and it pushes us forwards into the future. And a lot of people don't want that to happen. But guess what? As soon as you start doing and playing around with this little setup and knowing that you can do it, you'll understand the purpose of why you should do it. Okay. Like I said, the industry has done this for years using multiple charge controllers, and they'll tell you why they do it because it's hundreds of reasons why they use multiple charge controllers. And one of them is because when they buy solar panels, a newer solar panel comes out in the future, but it's a totally different voltage and amperage. So if you keep doing that, that means all those solar panels that you got, basically they're trying to tell you without in words to throw them away and just buy all new ones. Well, using multiple charge controllers allows you to use the older systems and the newer solar panels all at the same time. They just had to be on separate charge controllers and have one bus to um, put into that energy into. And once you understand it, DC from a battery and DC from the solar panel is still DC, you'll be able to start doing stuff like this and seeing exactly why it works like we say it works. Yeah, I just explained what the case use is. So
For those that arrived later, this live in the middle has exposed and showed the numbers that people are saying that with this circuit without numbers is not. So there are numbers showed from all solar controllers and the batteries, so you have a reference how the circuit was behaving at that time.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I have to do something right quick. Uh, I sent you something. Can you actually go onto your WhatsApp and see what I sent you?
You mean me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Where is 12 volt on the drawing you're covering? You had said earlier that you will do calculations. ID was asking that you did not see the calculations. Um, Chris, that's Christian Zik. I hope you got answered your question. I'm not sure if you answered or not. Then Caleb, I don't know how I can be able to send to you. Maybe you share your email. Or you can email me. Let me provide my email. Then Pierodusa was saying that he knows the definition of free energy, but he just wants to give a clear explanation of the same. I don't know exactly. People arguing about semantics instead of solutions. Pierodusa, you want people to provide solutions.
Yeah, well, they have these little kits that they sell. Can you hear me, Chris? I know my camera froze up.
I can hear you.
You can?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
well, um the whole point is that you can buy these little kits and you don't have to do high mathematics to hook up these little solar kits. They come with a battery, they come with this little solar, and then they show you diagrams on how to hook it up and how to hook up your inverter. These things are so easy, and they come in kits. So if you just take it and do what we're telling you, you're not going to burn down your house because these are already rated and the charge controllers are rated and they're very safe to use. So again, if a person's telling you this, they're trying to keep you on a grid and they don't want you to do anything outside that grid, even though what they're going to turn around is sell you that same kit. And then they're going to say, well, our kits are regulated. Well, then go buy the regulated kit and get both charge controllers that's regulated and do the experiments that you already know is safe to do. That just eliminates all this talk about, oh, you're going to burn down your house and all this kind of stuff. So, again, this stuff is not dangerous, it's done at low levels. And once you see that it actually works, then that's going to be the biggest mystery on why they tell you these things. And you'll understand that it is an actual conspiracy out there that people are trying to keep you from doing something so simple as use more than one charge controller. It's just so simple and it's not dangerous to use more than one charge controller. So once you do this, you're going to be like, oh, dude, we're helping the planet, and that was the whole point. We're trying to get past the old way of using fossil fuels. And once we're able to do that, and this is the start, then we can now move forward with something else new. And someone asked the question of who are they? How about the guy who works at the electric company? That's they. Is either you can go with most of us are trying to go to green energy, or you go pay for the energy. And if that's what you want to do, we don't have a problem with you paying your hard earned money towards. What we're doing is we're seeking out ways to be more independent and make energy for ourselves.
Yeah, it's way deeper than that, Lloyd. But anyway, Chris, can I share my screen or my camera so I can update the numbers? Because the battery on the 12 volt is dropping. Just to give an idea how it is since last time from this live. So it would be a catch up from the beginning and then at the end, because soon I'm gonna leave to the sec.
It's okay.
So can I share my camera?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's see if I can. So both, uh, let me just get the lights on. So they are both green still. This one is dropped to 11.7, but it is still having 33 to be able to charge this 36 volt battery. So it says it charges with 43.8 volts. So it's a charging rate voltage. That one is 40, which is the 36 volt battery. It charged to 40 and it's providing 81. So I can charge a 51 volt battery with this energy. And this is what it's the most important thing. So it dropped from the last time, I don't remember which was, but dropped to 11.8. And in here are the LED strips, and so it's 11.8, 11.8, 11.79, 11.8, and I'm running the lights with 2.3 volts. These are the lights. This is just to maintain the battery, and the draw of the battery is dropped because of this bugger. The bugger is actually charging, fast charging, which is the blue thing. So I'm charging this power bank that allows to charge my phone 12 times more or less, and that's why the battery depleted to 11.8. But the other ones, they are completely full. So if I need to use them with an inverter, I will have energy to run the inverter. This one is just being used as a solar panel to charge them, and it's night. There's no sunlight outside, as you can see, nothing. And yeah, so if I disconnect these, the volts will probably go a little bit higher. I don't know. Let's see if 11.8, maybe in a few minutes it will go a little bit higher, because the charging rate in this one is stopped. But I'm going to keep up charging this power bank to 100 volts fast charging. So the numbers, there's no amps at the moment because the batteries are completely charged. So why should be amps? Just a small amount of amps coming from the battery to the chargers. So I think oh, by the way, I'm also running these Joule Thief that is providing lights for these lights, you see. So if I disconnect this one, you can see that I have lights from the circuit, and the power bank and the lights are being run from the loads on the last one, but it is completely charging on float mode. It's not on absorption and it's not on bulk. It's charged, so the losses are minimal. They are insignificant, even with charging a power bank and getting lights. So this is what I wanted to share. Yeah, I'm gonna stop charging, filming.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to answer a few questions. Batteries are not DC. They're not AC. They're DC. So again, someone was saying that we're talking about adding AC to DC systems. No, we're not. We're just talking about a DC battery hooked to the same DC voltage from your solar panels. And Chris, can you do me a favor and play the video I sent you on WhatsApp so people can listen to that? So because we have some people that says they don't understand this working system. So play the video so people can understand this has been done for a very, very, very long time in the industry of using more than one charge controller. So if you have if you have any complaints, you understand that they're going to tell you why they do it, how they do it, and I think it's a very good video. That this explains that people can't build what they don't understand. Well, the video will explain this. And Chris, make sure people can actually download that link to that video, so everybody can actually get that video, look at it for themselves, and then they can find other related videos. Can you
Uh,
find the video? There you go.
Hey y'all, so today I wanted to talk about multiple charge controllers and why would you have multiple charge controllers. This is a commonly asked question on my YouTube channel. Also, it's a commonly asked question I get on Facebook a lot. Also, in that question, people ask, well, how do you wire multiple charge controllers to a common battery bank? Well, it's a simple process, and we'll talk about that. Before we get into that, let me give you a quick background on multiple charge controllers for myself. Obviously, I've had multiple charge controllers on my system on this particular system we're here at for at least 4 years now. So it's something that I have personal experience with here at my own home. Also, in 1998, I did a huge project for a huge client, and that client and I can't tell you the exact stuff, but let's just suffice it to say that they had a huge array, and they had actually, I can't say the exact number, but it was more than 50 MPPT 60 amp Morningstar tries. You're looking to make your app the best it can be with generative AI. Firebase is here to help. Star charge controllers charging one battery bank, a huge array, and like I said, more than 50 charge controllers all in one array. in no shape or form were they connected to each other. They had no clue that one other charge controller was there. They didn't communicate to each other or anything like that. They were literally just wired to a common bus bar, and that common bus bar was then wired down to the battery bank. So there was no follow me mode or anything like that. And you could literally see the charge controllers actually go from MPPT to absorb to float, all within seconds, up to about a minute apart. Of course, the ones that were a minute apart were going on the far end of the array. So the sun literally had to track way down there. So it took it a little bit of time to get there before it would change. But literally, the ones that were right next to each other, you could see them do almost within seconds apart. They would change over. So that's never a problem. It's never a problem. The company that we were working for or the client we were working for at the time would not allow that. There's just no way. You could not get away with anything that wasn't perfect. So, in any good, reputable solar charge controller company is going to have documentation on how to do this. They're going to explain to you how to wire these. They're going to explain to you how to program it. The important thing is the programming. You want everything programmed exactly the same. With that said, let's talk about why you would want multiple charge controllers. Some of the reasons is shade mitigation. So if some array is in shade, like mine, some of these panels are in shade and some aren't. Um, if we didn't do anything about that, the, the panels that were in shade would bring down the total amount of power coming in because your system's only going to work at its lowest denominator, which is my lowest denominator right now would be that Canadian solar here that's in shade, right? Um, for me, they're not connected together, so it's not a problem. So that's one reason. The other reason is if you have them in multiple angles, like I used to. So I used to have a southeast, a south, and a southwest array, and I did that so that it would actually help reduce, again, some of the shade that I had because at the time I only had a few panels and I needed to get every ounce of power that I could in order to make it. So what I was doing was I was trying to compensate for the amount of panels I had by adding more charge controllers to kind of break up the array. And this is a common thing done nowadays. You have like a southeast array, and you've got a southwest array. So you make a bunch of power when the sun comes up first thing in the morning, and you make power in the evening when the sun's going down. And then you have a smaller array in the middle, or no array in the middle, because generally your batteries are full by noon anyways, and you're using most of your power in the afternoon, and you're using most of your power in the morning to recharge the batteries, and then you're taking power out of the batteries by the afternoon. So generally, that's why people do that. Okay, the other thing is multiple different kinds of panels. Great example. Behind you guys are literally 4 brands of panels. These are Canadian Solars over here. These are Canadian Solars over here. But those Canadian Solars over there are 36 volts. These over here are 47 volts. There's no way that I could tie these together. They would destroy each other. Okay, so those panels at the top up there are Kyocera's. They are the lowest voltage panels I have, but the highest amperage panels. They also have their own charge controller. The black panels in the back there, monocrystalline Q series panels, they have about the same voltage as these, but if I mixed them together because they're at different angles, I would have problems. So they're on their own charge controller, and that's the main reason. One of the other reasons to have multiple charge controllers. If you've got different kinds of panels, you generally don't want to mix them unless the voltages and the amperages are almost exactly the same within a half a volt. I've seen people blow diodes. I've seen people catch wires on fire. All kinds of bad stuff when they start mixing panels together. It's not generally a good idea. Remember also, when you do that, your system's always going to work at its lowest denominator. So, if I could tie these Canadian Solars together with those, these would actually be pulled down to those power levels. So then these would be like making no power and it would be hurting you more than helping you. So that's some of the reasons for having multiple charge controllers. Okay, so now how do you wire multiple charge controllers? So as you guys can see here, I just did a quick diagram. Please remember you always are going to need fusing on the solar wires coming in and the solar wires going out. So the power coming in from the panels and the power going to the batteries. I didn't picture that in this picture, but you get the idea. So, and this one is a very simple system. You've got two panels coming in from the east, and you got two panels coming in from the west. You got two separate charge controllers. How you wire this is super simple, exactly like you see here. One charge controller has its own set of panels. Another charge controller has its own set of panels, its own set of wires, and they're all just directly tied to the battery bank. Now, that's a very, very simple setup. To make it a little bit better, what you're going to want to do is you're actually going to want to tie these like. Hello everyone, I'm Lucas from our team. Today means we're going to show you this rapid trainer like this picture where you have a bus bar. So now, as you can see, the charge controller's power out of the two charge controllers go to a common bus bar. And then out of that common bus bar, you got a bigger wire coming down to the battery bank. The reason we do this is because you're going to have a lot of stuff connected to your batteries. You got to also remember most people are going to have a inverter coming off the batteries. They're going to have plugs and all kinds of other things coming off those batteries. So you're going to end up taking space on those terminals. It becomes a problem where you can't tighten down terminals. There's a lot of negative things when you start getting a lot of stuff on a battery bank. So it's better to have a common bus bar. Everything will be tied in there. So also, with those common bus bars, you can also take the power out from there too. So in this picture that you see now you see the full system. So now you see the two charge controllers, excuse me, the four panels. Those four panels are feeding two charge controllers. Those two charge controllers are now going to two common bus bars. The power from those common bus bars has got two main cables going down the main battery bank. And then the inverter is feeding off of that main bus bar. Please remember, this also requires fusing on all these wires. Something important to note here, fuses and breakers protect the wire, not the equipment. So if the wire shorts, you're going to have a fire, you want it to trip. That's the reason that fuses and breakers are built in. Sometimes if people assume that that's to protect the equipment. It is not that case. It is actually to protect the wire. But it does end up protecting the equipment in some shape and form. Programming. This is probably one of the most important things. Make sure that all your charge controllers are programmed the same. It is a good idea to have the same kind of charge controllers. However, but if you can have multiple different charge controllers, for example, in my case, I've got two brands of charge controllers. I've got two MPP solar charge controllers that are built into the PEP inverters. And then I've got three MPPT charge controllers that come from Morningstar. But I can program all of them. So it's not that big of a deal. Just make sure that you can program those charge controllers because you don't want one that's from one manufacturer and then one from another manufacturer and you can't change those settings because they may have some settings they like better than the other. It's best to have it so that you can program them. That's very important. So, and then also, don't forget your fusing and that kind of thing. It is doable. It does work. It helps a lot in those scenarios where you need it. Also, there's just people that have big arrays. My friend Philip 20 had.
I see we have a lot of comments. You're contradicting yourself. Or you and Scamchan see toys. See.
I dropped off for a minute. Did it finish playing?
Yes.
Okay, I sent you a second video, but I'll explain this. The video you just seen, you just start seeing that they use multiple charge controllers for different amps and voltage. And Chris will give you that address so you can go see it for yourself in case you couldn't hear it. So that just gets past one hurdle. And then the second video, if Chris plays that, um, you can see the loop that we actually use. That means we're taking the battery and adding it back into itself. So you guys can understand that.
Okay, we're downstairs on our isolation board because we're going to do the experiment for
Ye- Yeah, well, we understand that, but we're watching it so people can understand. They can go to the link. But the whole point is that it's explaining how we put the battery over on top of it. So just when I was showing how I plugged it in, the picture went black. But again, it's explaining that you can take DC power and put it back into itself. So that's the reason why we're showing the video, because people had all these questions about actually plugging a battery and routing it back into the solar part. And trust me, I'm going slow enough so people can see it. Then, if they want to get the actual audio, they can go directly to the video. But this right here just shows you proof of everything we're saying. It also shows that you can use two charge controllers, which we showed that. And people are going to try to keep you from using this technique. So that's the reason why we're showing it, having the proof. And when you go back and watch the original videos for better audio, you'll know that someone actually showed you that these things were possible.
That's correct. I said that's correct. Oh, sorry. I said that it's correct what Lloyd said. So my battery on my phone is 8%. So sooner or later, it will die. Or I have my headsets on, or I have my battery on. But yeah, the video is very useful for people to realize and understand how to build the circuit.
Yeah,
I'm
most of the
actually,
people in the chat are talking about something else anyway.
yes, Kamchan and 40 Supersonic are talking about something different.
Right.
But
So,
we had a number of people. Yeah.
what we're trying to do is when people come back and watch the video, which I'm going to tell my people to go watch the video. I'm going to send them the video. Is that they will be able to see that we're showing the two different things that everybody keeps saying is not possible. And once you see it actually done, if there is a link where we can give them to go watch the actual get better audio. But yeah, these are the things that they don't like showing is that when people are actually doing this, and I think someone stated on your show before that I never show what I actually is doing. So if I'm showing you now, you see it that I'm actually doing it step by step, then that just eliminates that argument that I've never tried this. I don't know what I'm talking about. All that stuff just goes away because I'm explaining it and I'm showing exactly what I'm doing and that it's safe. So that's the reason why we're saying show the video. And now people can see that, hey, we did this, we showed it, and some of this is just common sense because it's industry standard. If you have mixed panels, they have different amps and different voltage. You can use more than one charge controller. And I think somebody put in their comments that if we don't know what to do, and I was like, what's to do? You have more than one charge controller for your different panels. Now, batteries can act as panels. And in that demonstration, I showed that I use a DC battery charger or power supply, depending on what you want to call it. But that power supply is going right into the charge controller and it works just fine. And matter of fact, if people go back and look at the rest of my videos, they'll see it up on the wall that I have been running that kind of configuration for a very, very long time. So when they start to see what I call simulated solar, is how I do tests. Why? So I know what the amps are and what the volts are. This is how I get my calculations from because the machine actually tells me what they are. You know, now some people may not say, "Oh, they're not accurate." Well, they're accurate enough to get a gist of what I'm doing. The main point is that we show in the videos that this stuff can be hooked up the way I'm saying, and that you can get these loops, and that this is what we've been talking about, the actual loop and how much power you put into the battery versus the less amount of power you put in the battery. That's shown in the video because we turn the variable knob and turn it down and turn it back up. So you can see that it's a certain amount of energy that has to be put in there. And at 145 volts, that is enough energy to start driving that into the system itself. And then the charge controller does all the rest. So yeah, finish showing the video.
Was on, but he left. 14 Supersonic. You Supersonic.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Hey man, it's been a while, man. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Uh, I've just been watching the stream. Sometimes I'm on a completely different stream. It's not related to any of this stuff. It's just like another live stream. But
Right.
yeah, just watching. Me and Scam Chan were just having an argument about
he keeps saying that the alternator does this, does that, that, and then like I don't get what he's trying to. Like, he keeps like making circular arguments, but he was saying that the first time he mentioned, well, I think I mentioned something about that's like how the car works when you were talking about how the system works earlier, and he said
Yes.
the alternator is a power source. And I'm like, bro, if you think the alternator is a power source, then you contradict yourself because I mean, y'all been saying like him and identity. They've been saying the whole time that you can't use like MOSFETs or transistors to generate power, but yet you think the alternator is a power source. Like that doesn't even make any sense. But he's been trying to get me to like answer him, and like I told him 3 times earlier in the whole stream that I already answered your question, but he just keeps going around and around. So I was like, all right, whatever. But yeah, I decided to join in because
So
I,
what do you think that the alternator do? This is your chance to tell them what do you think an
oh
alternator does?
so yeah. So I was explaining that the alternator acts as like a step up function, right? So he was saying, oh, what does it step up? It doesn't step up anything, and I'm like, okay, so if it doesn't step up anything, then why do you have the battery in the car? Because the battery is what helps power the system, right? Because you got to understand why is the battery and the alternator even in the car in the first place? Because the way an engine works is that it needs it needs the spark to start the combustion process so the engine can keep going, right? And then yeah, you can use the battery to power the car for a little bit too, but we're not talking about like electric cars here like a Tesla or something. We're talking about like normal combustion engines that uses fuel. So when you're talking about those, you have to understand like why are all these components in here. So the battery helps keep the process going over time. The alternator steps up the energy output from the battery, and then it puts that energy back into the battery to keep the system going for as long as possible. And basically inside of the alternator, I think you showed this in one of the previous videos where it was a guy showing inside of the alternator with all the MOSFETs inside. I think you remember that.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you're showing how the guy was saying that, oh, like one of the MOSFETs went out, so we just replaced the whole thing. And if you understand like what's inside of the alternator that even makes the alternator work, I mean, it's literally in the name, an alternator. What is it alternating? It's alternating the current. So when you understand these things, you start realizing that, well, this is basically the same thing that a MOSFET is doing. It's just it's like a different level of like just it's not even just a MOSFET itself, but it's other things too. So it's like I kind of like I understand to a degree where like sometimes you're trying to argue like, oh well, this doesn't do that, it does that. And that's what I was saying before, like how they like to use like semantics, right? Like wordplay. So
Yes.
they'll get into the specifics of like how a term is used, but you're basically using it in the same way, even if it's slightly different. Like for example, you could say, "Oh, someone is running or sprinting." Well, they're both two technically. Like if you were to go to like an expert runner or something, they would say, "Okay, well, there's a difference between a run and a sprint, but they both are like the same function, right? In a way, it's just a different degree of that function." And then you could say, "Oh, a hop and a jump is a little different too, right? But they're both just a different degree of the same function." So this is what I mean by like semantics when you're getting so caught up on the technical terms that you kind of ignore the whole point. Then you just end up kind of just repeating yourself in this loop and no one can ever really get to the real answer, you know?
Well, yeah, that's the reason why I call them disruptors because they're there to do just that. They don't want you to get your message out, and the whole point is that that is the point is that they don't want this message out because once you start doing these little stuff, I mean, and I'm telling about this is so simple and so easy to do. You know, you start to actually become more independent. So Yeah. Could I go in argument and nitpick your argument on how you pronounced everything? Yeah, I could, but why would I need to do that? You know, all I have to do is let you finish, which I did. And then I was like, hey, a alternator and a generator are basically the same thing. One is a direct and one is alternating, just like you said. So I don't need to nitpick things like that.
Yeah,
And
like
it does. And here's the thing
he's
about an
oh yeah,
alternator. An alternator needs the battery
yeah,
because the coils in there are they're energized for you to even get any magnetic flux out of it
yeah,
because they don't have any magnets in there. It's an electromagnet.
yeah,
Without the battery, you don't even have the electromagnet for the alternator to work. You see what I'm saying? So this is the reason why they call it an alternator because this you can't they do call it self-induction, but that's a whole nother story. But the whole point is that you need the battery to put into these special coils that they have in order for the alternator to work in the first place.
yeah,
But the alternator does charge the battery. If it didn't charge the battery would run down, your spark plugs wouldn't get the power it needs to fire, and your car will shut off once the battery is depleted. So the alternator must be giving some type of power to the alternator when the engine is running in order to maintain the battery. This
yeah,
is the same thing that we're saying because the alternator constantly runs while the engine is on, and you can pull energy off the battery while charging the battery. This is what we're talking about putting your car in idle so your battery don't run down.
yeah,
That means the engine is running, but you're not driving. That's what we talk about putting in idle. That means now I can play the radio or turn on my lights without running the battery down. So again, you can watch the power level in your car of what the battery is doing and how much energy is on your battery. So if it was very low and you just run it a few minutes, it'll let you know that the battery is going up. So people who say, "Oh, I need a jump," so they jump start your car is running. They take the cables off your battery and he drives away. As long as your car is running, you can look at the battery power going up and up. But most people who see this at that time can turn on the heat, they can turn on the radio, they can do other things. Why? Because your electrical system is doing a whole lot of other things at the same time your battery is charging, like firing the spark plugs. At the same time, your battery is charging. So you start to see that it can do multiple things because you have multiple circuits hooked to it. So you'll also know that if any of those fuses blow, that you're not getting power to power steering or
yeah,
whatever is running. And there's a lot of circuits that's running at the same time that's running either off the alternator or the battery or a combination of both. So yes, a battery can charge and discharge at the same time. Solar powers do that. So anybody who's listening to that and has a solar systems, they will know that we're telling them 100% true that you can do two things at one time, charge and discharge, and that's a normal thing. So yeah, I think what you said was, in your words, correct.
yeah, yeah. Now he's saying that if it's kind of funny too because if they really took the time to pay attention to what they're saying and then sort of uh reference back to like what what you're saying and so many other people have said before about these systems, they'll realize that even though it's a slightly different design or whatnot, it's basically doing the same thing. Like he says, okay, well, you don't need a battery for the alternator, which isn't really true. But then he's saying if you keep the RPM high, the alternator doesn't need a battery. And it's funny because it's like how before they would say stuff like, "Oh, well, where's the
No,
energy
no.
coming?"
Wait a minute. That is true. If you
Yeah,
keep it
yeah,
high.
yeah, yeah,
No, the reason why is called self-induction. That means if you're turning it at high speed, the back EMF makes the coils have self-induction, and they can run it without a battery.
yeah.
And
I
you can
know
do it.
that
Right.
that's how it works when you jump it with the battery. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that he was wrong, but I was saying how it's similar to how they're saying when we talk about when using the systems, how they would always say, well, where is the energy coming from, right? Where's the energy coming from? Because, like, you're not getting this energy for free and whatnot. And we're like, because we're using the battery to start the system. And then we use like something like a MOSFET, or you can use like something like a reed switch. You know, there's many ways you can do this to step up that energy. But that's exactly what the alternator does. So, like, I don't get the confusion here among them. So it's kind of
Well,
funny.
because they're not trying. Look, they don't want you to get the point. The point is, yes,
Yeah,
we need the battery to get the system started. Okay, but once
yeah,
the system is started, guess what? That energy bounce backs to the battery. That's the
yeah,
whole point. We want to stop using the battery and charge up that battery. If it didn't do this, remember, if you turn off your car, the alternator is not running. So therefore your battery is being used. And if you're playing your radio and got all these electronics, the wind shipers, the what is it, the heat, the air condition, all these things are running, you're going to run down the battery. Okay. So before it fully runs down, what you want to do is turn the car back on to charge up the battery again. This is just common knowledge. Everybody knows that. I mean, you can go and ask a female that simple question, and they know if you turn your car on that the battery gets recharged, and they know what happens if your battery goes dead. They have to go get their car towed. So or they have to get a jump from AAA or somebody to get the system back up and jump. And a jump means exactly what it is. It's a short duration of charging the battery just enough to keep the turn over the car. Once the car is turned over, you can take the jumper cables off because the engine will now um, turn the alternator, and the alternator will charge up the battery. So now you're talking about a system that does two things both ways. You have an input and an output coming in a loop in a system, and they don't like people understanding that these things are running in loops, because when you start to make other system that runs in loops, you're hurting the people who work at energy companies and telling you have to keep paying for power. So if you start to recognize, how do I hook up a system that's similar to how my car runs? First, you have to have an engine. So here, ask yourself, if I put an alternator in an electric car, okay, that means attach it to the motor and let the alternator run off the motor. Can I put energy back into batteries? Now, would you put 100% back in there? No. Would you put some in there? Yes. So it's about how much energy can you put in there. Once you figure that out, then it becomes time, because you now time how long it takes to charge up the battery from that alternator. And if you have more than one battery, you can use that battery while you're charging up the other one. And I used to do this with my PlayStation all the time, is that I would take a battery pack, a phone charger, 5 volts, 1 amp, and hook my wireless charge controller up to there, play the games until the battery reads up on the machine. It says low battery, change your battery. Then the battery that I had charging, I would take off, plug it up, the old one, then plug the new fresh battery into my charge and keep on playing. What I notice is that before that battery runs out of energy, the battery that I'm charging will be charged up fully. And all I had to do was alternate it between two batteries. So I did that for a long time. And then I started doing other experiments, like taking the Alexa, and I have a battery pack that had pass through charging. I plugged that into the charger, which is plugged into the shore power, the electrical plug, then let the energy go through the battery, then into the Alexa, and have the radio playing and watch out how long that system will run. Well, it ran for over 10 years because that's all I did was just run it, and we turned the voice down and we come back and it was like, oh, matter of fact, I changed the Alexas from the original to an upgraded version because the system did so well. Now, what happened to the battery after that long duration? It swelled up. It was still running, but it swelled up. And what I also noticed running it that long in that configuration is that it wouldn't hold a very long charge. That means that if you try to charge something else, the battery will run down really quickly. But as long as I kept it into that giving charge out, giving the charge in, it would run the Alexa as normal. So the duration on how long it would hold a charge is normal battery wear. So that means that before it would hold for almost 24 hours. And then when I ran it for that long period of time, it went down to about 3 or 4 hours. So when we had power outages, that's how I recognized that the battery is swelled up and it's not going to hold a charge as long as it did. But the long as I had energy going into that and energy coming out of that system, it remained full and it ran the Alexa. So just doing these types of experiments that I ask people to do so they can understand that, yeah, you can do two things at one time. I can charge that battery and discharge that battery at the same time. That's a common thing. Your phone does it, your tablets do that. It's just something they put in there that says that I don't have to turn off my system in order to charge the battery. And it used to be that way. If you plugged in an older phone, the phone has to turn off in order for it to charge. And then all the newer, what they call smartphones, you can do both at the same time. You was like, before it runs out of energy, I'll just start charging it and it will fully charge up. And I think most people know that. You know, it may be some people who don't, maybe they don't want to know, but most people know that because they ran into that experience. So that's the reason why we carry phone chargers.
Yeah.
While we're on the road, our battery's going to get low, so we use a phone charger. Or if we're at the airport, we go find a charge station and charge our battery back up while we're talking to our loved ones and everything like that. So when we see our battery getting low, that's what those devices are for. Is that's just common sense.
Yeah, that's how my phone works too. I think most smartphones have pass through. I
Yeah,
think the thing is with some phones is that, or really all phones, but they have like a certain threshold of power that they can take in before they start, like for example quick charging. Like my phone, um I think it's 40 watts, 60 watts. I'm not exactly sure, but each smartphone has like a different level at which it can charge to, from like a 0 to 100, for say for example. Now most people don't let their phones die, to 0 most of the time, unless you're like out somewhere, you don't have a charger on you, and you're down to
right.
their
It,
last little
it
bit of
hurts the
juice.
battery. The
Yeah,
manufacturer tells you that it hurts the battery if you let it go to zero.
yeah, yeah. And so if you charge it from, like, let's say for example with my phone, I think it goes from like 30 to 60 in like, or 0 to 60 in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
And in about an hour and a half, it's like fully charged. It just depends on like what I'm doing on it and stuff. But that takes about like 40 watts, 50 watts, something like that. And each
Right.
phone is different. So, for example, if I wasn't to put in that amount of power, then it would just charge at a slower rate. And if you don't have enough, you don't even necessarily have to be at that threshold for quick charging. But if you don't have enough power to keep it charged while you're using it, then what will happen is that it'll just drain the battery slower on the phone, but it'll keep it going for longer. And I noticed that this happens also with my VR headset. I have a Quest 3 VR headset, and what I have to extend the battery life, I have a special head strap with the battery pack on the back. And this actually comes from one of my older headsets that I used to have, or I still have it, but I don't use it anymore. And I had modified it because originally the head strap didn't work on this headset because the arms are different. So I got this kit that allowed me to convert it to work on the newer one.
Yeah.
And because of this, the battery that is on the strap, it was designed to operate on that previous model, which had like a lower charge rating. I think it was like maybe 10, 15 watts or something like that. But because this newer headset is more powerful, it requires more power to keep it charged. But it has a battery inside of it. So there's essentially two batteries running at the same time, right? Just like the phone. But because the cable and the battery pack itself can't actually output enough power to keep it charged while I'm using it, you'll
Mhm.
see when I'm using it, the power will drain over time depending on what I'm doing. Like for example, if I'm using the pass through mode where I can see my surroundings inside the headset, then
Right.
it'll cause the battery to drain faster. But if I'm
Yeah.
just like playing a light game or doing something that's not as intensive, the battery will still drain, but it'll drain even slower than what it would have without the battery. But you can upgrade it to the newer batteries they have now, which meets the rating that the headset needs, so that it will actually stay charged as the backup battery is draining. And then when that's draining, then the battery inside of the headset will start draining because of the pass through. So yeah, it's all the
Well,
same
see,
thing.
that's is the same thing that we're saying. The system that you're talking about, we're trying to build the solar the same way. So
Yeah.
that was the whole point of people ask the point, what's the purpose of this? Well, it's doing the same thing you just talk about with your phone. So if you're using it already, wouldn't it be saying that you want a power station that does the exact same thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the whole point is that instead of plugging it into the wall, you have a device that can now use the solar within the device to charge the battery. You just have to give it time to charge up if it's very, very low. But if it's not pulling that much power, you can charge your phone and what's names, and it can be replenishing the energy in the device because you're not pulling but a couple watts of off there in the first place. But when you try to run a microwave or something heavy on there, then yes, it's pulling full charge off that battery. And then you use your microwave, you stop using it, and then it'll charge up. That's called convenience. Okay. So I never thought that they would try to stop something that's just a convenience that we already have.
And the craziest thing is I've been following MTech. You know MTech, right? I
Yes, I
remember
know
you show.
exactly
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
talking about.
So I've been following some of his newer builds. And so you know how he has a system that can it can like generate like wireless power in like a room span where
Yes.
he can yeah, so you basically you can like, for example, if you're using like a light, that's what he's shown most of the time. But he's shown like other things like motors and
Yeah,
stuff
but
too.
it's a 40-watt light bulb, and he can
Yeah,
draw up to 80 watts off that system. But he's not putting 80 watts in. That's his whole point of saying,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not putting that energy in, so how am I getting this energy out? And this is what Nikola Tesla was talking about, because I've been told by many people that when Nikola Tesla, the one the MTech is showing from his patent, and it's 369961, that bucking coil has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. And I'm going, yes, it does, because what it's showing that is showing that first he's using a transistor, okay, to get the thing to give the what it tangent energy spikes off of there. And those tangent energy spikes is picked up by his bucking coil that Tesla designed, and he's able to get amperage from that without the heat. So it's
Yeah,
better than
yeah.
a MOSFET.
And that's
Okay.
exactly what he shows in some of his newer ones. Actually, he has it now to where he's shown that if you tap it wirelessly, it doesn't even have any perceptible current drain. It
Yes.
basically just uses the voltage potential. But if you
Yes.
tap into it directly, it does drain current, but it's like milliamps. Like it's such a small like amount where the circuit will probably last for hours, if not days, on like a single energy source. And
Right.
yeah, I was thinking because I'm actually working on building
Well,
one of
here's
his
the
newer.
thing.
Yeah, what?
You do gotta peep some scientists. They're arguing back and forth, and I listen to these arguments all the time. One says that radio waves is infinite, and other people say it's not infinite. We know that light can travel hundreds of light years. Will it run down one day? Yeah. But when you're talking about running for hundreds of light years and the amount of a billion years for that light from a distant star to reach us here so we can see it in a telescope, we would say that's close enough to being infinite power as we're going to get.
Yeah,
Okay. So again, when people make these arguments, you got to understand what they mean by when they're arguing the point. If they're saying that is it any absolute? The question is no. Nothing lasts forever. There is no absolutes. That is correct. But will it last longer than my lifetime? Okay. So if I take a radio wave and I got something working off that radio wave that's giving out power, like an LED light, how many LED lights can I run until that original source is exhausted? That is the question. And when you start to actually do the experiment and see how many actual LED lights is running off the wireless energy, you're gonna be amazed, because it was like, dude, so what if I just convert that 3 volts that's running that LED lights into actual electricity
exactly. Yeah.
and putting it back into the battery?
And that's the funny part too, because people tend to ignore the time factor of your system because they get so caught up in like how much power you're using and where exactly the power is coming from. But if like say for example, if I could use my VR headset 24/7 without ever having to think about keeping it charged or recharging it, that system is useful. Or
Yes.
if I can use like for example, one of my other projects that I've been working on for a while, my exoskeleton system that I'm trying to build. Been trying to build it for like past like several years. But now I've really been accelerating that process. But anyway, if I could use this to keep that running for like long periods of time, because there's like so many functions behind it working, like I already knew that there was going to be a lot of power requirement. But now with something like this, I mean, the power isn't even an issue anymore, you know? So it's
Yes.
all about how you want to use it, not necessarily, you know, if you have like this little source, if you can't use it or not, because you can use it. It just depends on how you want to
Well,
use it.
what's this answer to was answer the question? How long can you say you have your phone, you have it plugged in, it's playing music. How long can you play music if you're uh got your phone plugged in?
You could probably be, I don't know, maybe like 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours.
Well, see, now this is the question. All you have to do is plug in your phone, put it on the charger, start running some music. That means you're using energy. That means your phone is on, and find out how long. It's going to be more than 8 hours.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's what you're saying. I didn't hear that right. Yeah,
Okay.
it'll last for as long as you can keep it charged.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the whole point is that when we're talking about this system, and it was like, look, you're charging you're charging your system, and you can take off small amounts of energy. You can take off large amounts of energy, but it will deplete the battery, but not till it's dead, and then it'll recharge back up automatically.
Yeah.
That's a useful thing, even if it's not efficient and it wastes energy. The whole point is that it's the convenience that you didn't have to plug it into something, and that means I can take it into a remote area, and the way we got our configuration, and it will self charge.
Charge, yeah.
And that's the whole point of it. And it was like, okay, this thing's self charged, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. So they know for a fact that this is a useful thing, and people, once they start using it, everybody will start using it, because I based it on the same designs that our phones and everything else already does. And if they use people plug in your phone because it's low power, and they says I don't want to stop talking, or I don't want to stop playing this game, so you plug in your thing and you keep going. If people do that and they find it useful, you're going to have a bunch of people to find this type of technology useful. So that's the reason why we're raising money to build the same thing, to just have a power station that has self-charging in it, and then let the people answer the question, is it useful or not? Because you do understand when I say two charge controllers and what that means, right? Did you?
Yeah, I kind of, cause I haven't been in the WhatsApp group in a couple days, so I haven't been up to date on what you guys are doing. But I
No,
I
okay.
do kind of I do
What
kind
I
of
want?
get that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I wanted to explain. You have solar panels running off LED lights. Because you're running it off LED lights, and it's not light intensity, it's not the sun. You get full voltage, but you don't get your amps.
Yeah.
Okay. And we don't want amps in the first place. So now we want to take amps from another source. Whether it's a MOSFET, whether it's a battery, you're getting amps from another
So
source.
somewhere, yeah.
Okay. So now we're just taking off 1 or 2 amps off the battery that may have 100 amps, it may have 20 amps. It has more than the 1 amp we're taking off the system. So it doesn't matter, as long as it's a 12 volt and whatever amp battery you want to pick out. So now we're taking off that 1 amp. So if we're getting a small system in which we showed up on the board, 145 volts, and just the volts from the solar, and then we add in the 1 amp from the battery, which is a separate charge, the two separate charge controller. They're being put directly into the battery. Okay, so you're taking the positive of each charge controller, the one coming from the solar and the one coming from the battery, and hooking it to the positive terminal. You take the two negative from both charge controllers, the one coming from the battery and the one coming from the solar, and you're hooking them together and putting it on the negative terminal. That means the energy from both are mixing and coming from each other directly into the battery. And then you know the other positive and negative is going to be linked so that you have a loop there.
Yeah.
So once you start seeing that you now have wattage, because that 145 watts and the amps coming from the battery gives you wattage, and it means that your battery will start charging. So this is all we challenge people to do, is go out and try this, and once you see it, then you can start seeing that we now been working on systems that's way past this simple design, but it's based on that simple design which we want everybody to have. And then people in Africa who is listening, and everybody who's listening start to see, oh, this is how you did this, and yeah, I'm going to try it. And once they start trying it, they start to understand that we've been doing this work for over 30 years to give you a simple solutions to have systems that self-charge, and we didn't break the laws of physics to do it.
Yeah.
Now tell me, is that not understandable, or is that something is like I don't quite get it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It makes perfect sense. I because before I used to I was in school for robotics, mechatronics, but we use all the same components, so it's very familiar to me, all the um like the circuits and stuff, the design. The one thing too is that I remember back when I was learning about like resistors, transistors, all this stuff. The one component that I actually didn't fully understand at one time was the transistor, because I knew it was like a switch. It was turned on and off. But they didn't really explain all of its capabilities. Like they don't really explain to you the importance of the frequency of it and stuff like that. They sort of just give you a more superficial understanding of it. If you want to go deeper, you kind of have to learn on your own, and that's what I did. And eventually I was kind of almost forced to have to drop, but eventually I sort of just dropped out of the school because I was already ahead, because I was already researching a lot of this stuff on my own anyway. And the
Right.
one reason why I wanted to take take this program up was because I wanted to get some information um to learn how to build some of these projects that I'm working on. But
Right.
I realized over time that, especially due to stuff with like AI and whatnot, and the fact that I was already doing all my research on my own, it was kind of redundant. So eventually it got to the point to where it's just, yeah, I didn't really need to go there anymore. I was already past everybody. But it's like a lot of the school systems are kind of, they're designed to really make you like an obedient worker. So they don't really teach you anything past what you need to know for the industry.
But
So
that's
any
always been that it was designed
yeah,
that way.
yeah,
This is
yeah,
this is what they call extra credit. If you really want to learn, they're going to teach you the basic. If you want extra credit, you have to get in the library and learn it for yourself.
so yeah,
That's how school is designed. But it's the people who take initiative and learn it for themselves are the people who become rich. These are the people who are running companies and stuff because they took that extra um, time to learn something no one else wanted to do. Okay. So here's the point: you can scrub toilets for another person. And if you know how to manage your money, you'll end up not scrubbing somebody's toilet, but hiring a company, running a company, and hiring people to scrub toilets for you.
for you, yeah,
Okay, that's called management. Okay, and it's a thin line between that because people who go to work, they're just working for a paycheck. That's called just over broke. But people who learn how to run a system, they was like, why would I go to work at Walmart when I can have my own Walmart?
yeah,
Okay, so it was like all I have to do is manage money correctly, and buy inventory and sell it. So again, this is what we're talking about, is that how are you going to manage the energy in these systems? So first of all, we gave you a system for you to try out easily, because we figured out how to do this and sell it on the market. But the whole point is that now we had to teach other people what the system is about and what size to do it, because I see scam chat is asking, will it charge my car? Yeah, if you make a big enough system. And we've already put up on the thing the size of the solar, but at the time you were asking what size, um you were arguing about the alternator all through the chat. So the whole point is you missed all the important parts of when we were telling you the size and what it does and how much voltage we give out and everything. Will it do this and will it that? You missed half the conversation because you were
Yes,
having a different
that's
conversation.
what I was saying too.
Okay, so again, I just wanted to point this out. Maybe it is a video, so you can go back and watch all that, and we show you how to make the system. And if you make the system, you can realize all this stuff for yourself and what size it can be and we just wanted to show you that it actually does work, that it doesn't break any laws of physics, that you can, one, the first thing we have to prove, can I use LED light to run solar? And can I get any power off of it at all? I don't care if it's voltage, amps, what, can I get any usable voltage or any kind of what we call power off the system? And the answer is yes. So that was the number one thing people kept saying, that you cannot use LED lights to run solar. And then I put up the video where the industry test all their solars on LED lights. So now people are like, well, I've got to go see that for myself. And I says, go here, go wherever you need to go, because this is what they use to test their solar, to make sure all the circuits are hooked up correctly and the solar is giving power off. They use LED lights. They don't run outside in the sun, whether it's raining and shining, and put their solars that don't even got protective glass or something over the top of it outside. They just don't do that. They do all this indoors. So they use LED lights. And that was something I learned. So when you understand that you can do that and you cross the first hurdle, then it's saying, well, okay, we got voltage, but we don't got amps. Is this useful? Well, we now have to get amps. So now we come up with various ways to get amps, one of them being a battery. And we don't have to take off much amperage off of it. So you only need one out of 100 amp battery. If you only need to take 1 amp out, do you think that system is going to shut down? The answer is no. You're only taking 1 amp. If that was the case, when you run your microwave on your inverter, it should just be gone. I mean, it should be depleted in matters of seconds or something, because it should not even run if 1 amp is all it takes to run down your battery. It wouldn't even run for 1 second. You're
Yeah.
going to have to need more than 1 amp to run a microwave or a heat stove or a heater or anything. And all these things we run on small battery packs like EcoFlows in the first place. So now we now answered the second question. We can get amps times volts into the system. We now have wattage. Now, the 5 volts we take off the system, if I got it plugged into the very battery, will it deplete the battery? If I'm putting back the 145 watts of power in the system we just showed, a little small compact, which I could have many of them inside of an EcoFlow. That means I can have 5 or 6 of them running at 145 volts. So if you see that, and he only had one, and he charged up his system from one And I had two in mine. If you looked at my videos, I have two solars, and you can hook up more than one solar, which I showed in my video. All of a sudden, you start to see that I got the voltage and I got the amps, and yes, I can charge a system using that power. And then I actually showed that running my tie grids and putting energy back into my system of my house directly. So I don't know how this can't be any more easier to understand. You just got to go out and just test it. And once you do, you just cross the hurdle and then go back and look at everything you just said once you tested it and see that it works. And then look at what you said and tell me, does everything you're asking really make sense?
Yeah, and there's many different sources of energy you can use too. Like how you were saying before, you could use radio waves like what MTech uses, or you can use like wind and water, stuff like that. Just
Right.
depends on where you are, what your needs are, stuff like that. But
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, it's like you just gotta work with what you have. Like you might not necessarily have all the tools, but if you know what you're trying to achieve, all you gotta do is just work with what you've got and you can make it work. It's just that a lot of people these days they sort of just see a problem and then for some reason, and I know this is like very common in like a lot of the scientific field these days, but they'll see something does work and even if it might seem like very little results, but they'll see it does work, but because it doesn't give them the results they want, they just completely abandon it and move on to the next thing. And they never see the potential of what they actually could have.
Yes.
And yeah,
But see
and it's like
but that was the whole point. That's the reason why we have to actually do these things for ourselves. And that's when I don't know, because you said you was on the group, so you know that we have a group,
yeah,
right?
I'm still in there. I'm still in there. I just haven't
Okay,
been
so
in the
you
app
you
and
know that I'm not just basing this based on my findings. I gave it
Ye-
to the group, and
yeah,
other people are doing our work, and that's very and very important. Because if I was just basing it on my work, my analysis and stuff, then people would have a point. Okay, they would have a point with like, you didn't do this. Okay, but when you start seeing other people do this and getting the same results, then they don't have that point anymore because other people are getting the same results that we're having. And I think that's just when you understand that it makes people upset once you start seeing other people do it and you refuse to accept what the other people are coming up with and they're running their systems daily. We're not just talking about one day or one night, but we're running their system for, I think, how long has the group been up? Around 3 months now.
Hmm.
Around, yeah, 3 months, 3 or 4 months. Yeah. So the whole point is that they've been having that type of success, and now you're seeing that all of us are wrong. Every one of us, everybody in the whole group is wrong, but just me alone, I'm right. And they haven't tested the system. Physically test the system. Some people say, I just ran the numbers. Okay, well, guess what? Sometimes our numbers and calculations can be run.
be
So when
wrong.
you
Yeah.
actually take the physical system, which Nikola Tesla did, you can actually see what it's doing and take numbers from that. So that's called real work, prototyping. All those names apply to actually getting a result that you want. And then you can say if it's right or wrong. It says, I built this system exactly like you said, and and show it. This is what I got. This is what it did. And then you can actually state, did it run down? Oh, well, yeah, it's useless. It ran down. Okay. But then guess what? Now you got 100 people over here that says, yeah, we ran the system and ours didn't run down. Then you start to see that, wait a minute, did that one guy fudge his thing because he don't want to see this up and running. You
Yeah,
know,
it's like if they don't want to use it, they don't have to use it. I mean, it's just there, just if you want an alternate, solution for your energy needs.
yeah. So that's the reason why I try to make it so simple for us all to say, okay, I know how to get two charge controllers. And then people ask me, does it matter if it's MPPT? No, it doesn't matter. Not in the configurations. Then I gave you the videos, and we said we gave you the links to the videos, so you can go back and duplicate what it says in the video and why he said it was in the video. So with all that information, if you didn't miss it, all of a sudden you have everything you need to go test it to see if it's right or wrong.
Yep.
You know, because I've seen somebody said that we're talking about hooking up AC to a DC system, and that's
I,
totally wrong.
I think that was identity.
Yeah, that you understand that I'm not talking about AC hooked up to a DC. The only thing that we're doing is taking battery, which is DC, and solar, which is DC, and you're running it through your two charge controllers. So the only AC that's coming out of there is the inverter, and you know that the inverter is attached to your battery, and it gives AC out. And we're
Oh
not
yeah.
talking about routing that energy back into the system. So again, those statements are made to keep you from just finding out this small little truth. And once you do it, then it was like, dude, do you understand that you just pushed green energy forward? That this changes everything, all the scenarios? Because if you can take that voltage and put any type of amps to it, then what happened is that it's charging the very systems that you're getting the energy off of, which they said was impossible, and we found a workaround.
Yeah, there's always workarounds to an issue. You just gotta take the time to figure it out. Hello. Uh, maybe he's asleep.
And you don't even have to share me. Share my screen. I don't need the stage either. All right. So I'm only here to give information. If you want to dispute it, you're going to have to dispute it with ChatGPT. I do not own this information, but I did ask it, can a battery charge and discharge at the same time? No, a battery cannot truly charge and discharge simultaneously in the same physical device, meaning one battery. When a battery is connected to the power source and load, the power source is it either charges the battery or the battery powers the load, but not at the same time. Fundamentally, and I said this in my own words, I'll back this one up. Current either flows into the battery, charging, or out of the battery, discharging, not simultaneously. That's one. So I'm not asking a question. We don't have to chop it up. We talked a lot about how it did work. ChatGPT is saying no, it doesn't. All right, is this one coming up? Oh, no. Oh, also too on a battery. You guys were talking about alternators in a car. So if we're talking about a gas car, a gas driven car, not an EV car. There's no alternator in an EV car, but if you're talking about an alternator, you're talking about a gas driven car. And if the driven car, the power is coming from the engine needs to get started with a lot of energy. That's where the battery comes in. It
Yeah.
kickstarts the car. When the engine starts running, it drives the alternator to recharge the battery. Now, based on what we just read here about batteries cannot charge and discharge, the alternator is actually charging the battery as you drive. The only time the battery takes over is when the alternator fails.
And if the alternator fails, you don't have a lot of time to have that battery driving that car, or at least running. That car is going to shut off at some point rather quick, because the alternator is recharging the battery as well as running your electronics in the car. But the engine itself is all gas combustion and all that other stuff. That's where the energy source is. But that energy, some of it is siphoned off to feed the alternator through mechanical spindle, that's where the belt drive and all that comes in. But that's all gas combustion to mechanical, turning the belts, to electrical that goes to the battery to recharge. The battery is only needed to start the car. That's the reason why when you buy a battery, it has something called CCA on it. It's called crank amps, cold crank amps. You can Google it, look it up. Actually, let me share my screen with that too, because I don't want to just keep talking here. Let me share my screen on that one too. Give me 1 second. Crank amps. There we go. Share this one. All right. Now on the screen, this is called crank amps, often referred to as cold crank amps, CCA. Every single car battery has it on there. There's a number that tells you how many amps are coming out of that battery when you crank it to start the car. It indicates the battery's ability to deliver a burst of power for starting an engine, especially in cold weather. CCA is a measure of the amperage in a battery, and can supply for 30 seconds. That's the rating that it can go at 0F or minus 18C while maintaining a voltage of at least 7.2 volts. Now that's important because the alternator cannot recharge that battery unless it's above the nominal voltage. That's why when you put a voltmeter on an alternator, it should always be above 12.6-ish. Anything below that, you're pushing the limits of not charging that battery. Because usually batteries come in like 12.6 to maybe close to 13 volts. That's kind of high, but in a typical day, 12.6, car off. That's what the battery should read. And when you crank it too many times, that voltage is going to drop, and you when you drive the car, it'll recharge with the alternator. We went over that stuff. All right. So that's done. Now, I asked ChatGPT another question. Should I connect batteries to an MPPT controller, solar panel input? Yeah. Should I connect batteries to a MPPT controller solar input, meaning feeding those batteries back to its input? This is the loop that everybody keeps talking about. Should you do that? And I'll show you that it's actually in the drawing that was shown earlier. So I'll show that immediately after this one. So let me share my screen on this one. Share. Should I connect? There we go. If you didn't see it, if you can't see it, it says, should I connect batteries to MPP controller solar panel input? No, batteries should not be connected to the MPPT controller solar panel input. The solar panel's input is designed to receive energy from the sun, while the battery is the storage. The MPPT controller manages the flow of energy between the panel and the battery. Connecting a battery directly to the solar panel input can potentially damage the controller and the battery. This is why I said something about earlier, burning people's houses down. You don't know if that's going to burn a house down. You don't know what batteries they're using, nor do you know what controller they're using. That's very dangerous to tell them, do this. That's a very, very dangerous thing. This is why I said protect yourself, Chris, because that's not a good statement to be putting out on the internet with your name attached to it. I'm just being cautious here. All right. Does an alternator, here's my next one. This is all being recorded, so you can always go back and look at it. Share. Where is it? When a car is running, the alternator is primary. Yeah. Where's the first question? There it is. Does the alternator or the battery provide? Perfect. Does the alternator or the battery provide power to a car when driving? That was another question in the chat. When a car is running, The alternator is primarily responsible for providing power to the electrical system. And there's a reason why it says primary. You'll see. Including the car's various components like headlights, radios, climate control. That's the alternator's job. While the battery is involved, it mainly acts as a backup power source and gets recharged by the alternator. That's what I said earlier. It is recharging the battery. That's its job. The battery's not helping the alternator. It only helps the alternator when the alternator fails. And if it fails, your battery's now driving everything, and it ain't gonna last long because it's not designed to do that. That was one point, and I think this is my last one. Does a car battery power a car and recharge? Actually, I don't have to do that one. I think we just exhausted that one. Let me see. Do I have anything else? Is my phone battery providing power when charging? That's the last one I got. 1 second. There's a lot of things to share here. Is my phone? There it is. So, question is my phone battery providing power when charging? When your phone is charging, the power it uses for its operations typically comes from the charger itself, not the battery. The charger's power is diverted to both the phone's internal circuitry and the battery. It is acting as an alternator. It's acting as an alternator would. The charger is. The charger's power is diverted to both the phone's internal circuitry of the battery, with the battery being recharged as needed. However, if the phone is drawing more power than the charger can supply, it will draw extra power from the battery. Same exact thing with an alternator. If the alternator starts failing to put out enough power to charge the car battery, the battery has to take over. That's when it actually discharges. It will draw extra power from the battery, potentially leading to slower charging or even a decrease in battery percentage. I think that's an obvious one. That's an obvious one. And now we can actually go to the reason why I actually came up. I did take that image you had of the schematic earlier. I did put some numbers to it because I didn't see any numbers. So I added numbers myself. So now you're going to be able to see that. There's your circuit with numbers on it, sir. And this is what I was looking for, which I didn't see. So based on what you told me, I put it in there myself. So this is the series one, I think. I can't see the top of the screen, Chris, because the numbers are there. The recording. Can you guys see that top left where it says 17-volt solar panels? Can you see that? Okay, so yeah, it must just be my screen. The top left says 17 solar panels times 8 in series. The reason why I use times 8 is because someone claimed they're putting 145 volts from that solar panel. Now, the problem with that is there's no 145 is not equally divisive by 17 volts. So I had to figure out. I know he's using two panels to wrap around two panels wrapped around LEDs. So that's 2. So it had to be multiples of 2. If I go to 8 in series, it gives me 139.2. If I go to 10 in series, it gave me 153 point something, which was more than what he was claiming, 145 volts. So I got to the closest I could get to 145 volts, which is 139.2 volts at 26 milliamps. It's in series. Don't forget, these are in series. So the current doesn't change, the voltage stacks. And if the voltage stacks, the current doesn't change. So you're still going to only get 26 milliamps out of this thing. So with that said, at the bottom, at the left side, that calculates to 3.54 watts coming from the solar panels DC into your controller. You see that? It's coming into your controller, bottom left. But don't forget, you're pulling 5 watts in order to drive those LEDs. So you got to subtract those 5 watts from the 3.54 you got coming in, right? Now, when you do that, it comes out to actually a negative 1.46. I actually did that wrong. It's actually negative 1.46. I can fix that. But it's worse than what I have reported here. It's minus 1.46. Now, what the numbers are telling me is that this entire contraption to the left side of your screen is draining almost 2 watts. It is not providing, draining from that charge controller. You're pulling more out than you're putting back in. That means it needs more power. It can't provide, it can only drain. Said that earlier. We don't need to talk about it again. That's why I put up here solar panels drain the batteries. Should be 1.46. Excuse me. I apologize for the numbers. Secondly, 2 batteries. You got 2 batteries in series here. 12 volts, 12 volts. I was told all the batteries are 12 volts. That's what I used. I don't care about the current at this point. I'm really checking the battery voltage because based on what an alternator does, based on what a wall charger does, you cannot charge a battery with lower voltage unless you step it up. That's why people keep trying to step up the voltage because you can't push more energy if your voltage is lower. The voltage difference has to be higher for the source battery. So in this case, these 2 batteries in series, wired up this way, will provide 24 volts. That will charge this battery, right? These guys are going to get drained. They're just going to drive this battery, but it's going to get siphoned off to do whatever this crap needs to do. It's going to need power just to get that thing to run. So you're draining this battery both with a new battery and the solar panels set up. And on the right side, these don't even make sense because, I mean, you're just dumping energy as heat. They don't do anything but slow things down and drop current. You can change the voltage lower on this battery, but again, these are only going to dump heat. It's not going to help you. It's going to hurt you. Never will help you in power transfer. It's just never will. So that's 8 panels in series to get you 145 volts. And the creme de la creme, the one we've been talking about this entire time, I can now share that with numbers. I took the same schematic and I put it together. I call it parallel here. Here we go. Parallel. Bam. So, same circuit, different numbers. Why? Because now the solar panels are exactly the way it's wired up in a video that I actually watched months ago. 17-volt panels times 2 in parallel, right? The 17 volts won't change, but the current will double. So that's what I did. 17 volts at 52 milliamps because they're in parallel. You're not going to get 145 unless you put probably like another eight sets of these in parallel. Like it's not going to. Actually, no, you got to put these sets in series. Still got to put 8 of these in series. So that's a total of 16 just to get the 145 volts. But again, just pure numbers, 17 volts at 52 milliamps. That's 0.88 watts coming out of those solar panels. 0.88. I think I calculated 0.9 weeks ago, months ago, but 0.88 is close enough. That's what's being get to this charge controller. But you're pulling 5 watts out to drive the LEDs. And if you add more LED panels, you're going to take another 5 for every pair you put on there. So if you add more panels, if that's the solution, yeah, you'll get 1.76 watts out, but you're going to be putting 10 watts to do it. So again, it's only going to make it worse. These are bare bones numbers. This is a drain of all over 4 watts of power just connecting this thing up. It's draining. It does not and will not ever provide energy, no matter how many times you slap up that voltage, no matter how many times you stack up that current. Every time you do it, it's going to cost you 5 watts a panel per set of panels. Always going to be a drain. And then the rest is the same 24 volts, 12 volts. I already went through all of that. But at the end of the day, these are the numbers that I've been trying to say. If you have questions about these, or if you want to attack them, feel free. You can talk to Chris about it. I just want to put the information out there, and we have a timestamp for everything. I hope everybody have a good night. See you later.
Well, I was trying to say there's 3 issues I spotted here during this whole presentation. Well, for one, he wasn't using ChatGPT. That was Google. And
Yeah,
like I know Google has a AI overview, which
you know
isn't the
what
same.
the reason why he needed to do that because I told Chris this before. He needed to disrupt. He gets time to talk to Chris all the time and state his issues or what's names, and he'll go, "Oh, I won't interfere." Of course, he's going to interfere because that's what it's designed to do, is to come on and to interfere with the whole thing. So I'll be opening my live stream up for my people so they can understand and start doing all this stuff. And yeah, is it unusual that we running a battery through the charge controller? Yeah, but this is the reason why we use cheap charge controllers, and I've done it for years. And again, it's still DC. So when you start to see that, can I charge a battery at the same time that I discharge it? It's called pulse width module. It means that the MOSFETs in there are switching between the two, and they're not getting a direct charge. They're switching the charge from charge to charge to discharge. And that's what a pulse width module does in a cheap charge controller. And there's all the other ones. Again, if we're talking to people who actually have run solar panels, who's actually done it, and Sonic, you've seen my YouTube videos, right?
Yeah,
Do I have a solar system?
yeah,
Okay. So the whole point is, it would be more believable if that person went on there with his own solar system and start showing his system versus what my system is. But they didn't do that because they don't understand
well,
solar.
that's why I was saying that we're not attacking his numbers, because technically what he was showing, I mean, if you would do add the math up, is correct, but he's not doing the right math. Like, he's not taking into account the whole thing, because he's just
Yeah,
assuming that the lights are just there to drain power and
yeah.
stuff like that. But unless you understand what the actual whole system's doing, you're gonna get to the wrong conclusion. But it's
Well,
funny
well,
though.
well, he didn't add in, because remember, you have the positive wires. If you look at the positive wires from the one controller that's giving off amps and the other one that's giving off voltage, they're connected together. So why would you only get voltage and
Yeah,
only voltage? So when you got both the black wire and the what's names connected to the battery, and they're connected together at the battery, how come you're not getting the 12 volts from the other charge controller? You're getting 12 volts from this charge controller. And remember, even if you're putting in all that voltage, it's still the charge controller's job is to knock it down to 12 volts. The only way you can hook those things together is because everything comes down into the same level of 12 volts. And we already know that the battery, you can't charge it at over 12 volts. You may can do it at 13 or what's names, but once you get into 17, 18, 19, and 20 volts on the battery, you're destroying the battery. The
yeah,
charge controller is supposed to protect your system from doing that. So it brings everything down to 12 volts. Okay. So that means that even if you have the hundred and something voltage going through the system, it's still going to knock it down to 12 volts. So what does it do with the rest of the energy? Everybody in solar understands what it does with that extra energy, especially if it's an MPPT. Everybody who does solar understands that. And these are the people that we're talking to. So when you get to the other side giving the same 12 volts, but it's taking what? More amps because it has less volts. So it's putting in the amps, but it's still going to read 12 volts. And you're connecting them right at the battery. You're still getting your volts times amps. And again, they hate the fact that this system works. And the fact that someone else other than me came on and showed you that it worked is the whole point. And there's many people on our channel that's going to be doing this, have done this, and going to continue doing this. And the whole point is that because we're moving into the future, and it doesn't matter if someone disagrees, because you're always going to have someone that disagrees, but we're going to keep moving forwards. So whether you can hook a battery to a charge controller, that's up to you guys. That's what the experiment is. That's what I wrote my book on, exactly what I did, how I did it, and the results. And then the Bravo 6 did the same thing, and he got his results. So we're going to write books on based on his results. And then we're going to keep adding it up until we have hundreds and thousands of people saying the same thing. And then all of a sudden, eventually, someone will come around because we're all using it. So in your phone, it's pulsing energy. It's not direct energy. So this is
Yeah,
the
so
reason why,
yeah.
yes. So this is the reason why you can do both at the same time. So again, if he would have looked that up or asked ChatGPT, was this energy pulsing that you can charge and discharge? He would have got a correct
Well,
answer.
it's funny because the search results that you showed. Because the reason why I said that it's there's a difference between what Google's AI overview does and like ChatGPT or like the other LLM models. Because what right now what the Google search does is its AI just takes an aggregate of its search results that it found, and then it gives you a brief summarization of everything. It's not
Right.
like true like what kind of response that you would get from ChatGPT or other platforms like those. Now they're actually adding it soon to where they're having like a full like AI integrated mode, but that's coming like I think next week or something, and it's not going to be available for everybody. But the results that he showed didn't disprove anything that we're saying. Like I don't think he realized that we're basically saying the same thing. Because when you look how it was saying stuff like typically like the alternator is what powers the engine to keep the car going. Yeah, that's correct. But then it also said the battery is there to help start the car. It's like everything that I was saying, it's all right. We didn't say any like that was wrong because we were basically saying the same thing. But it's just like I don't understand. It's like for some reason like people will say, okay, we're saying 1 plus 1 equals 2, which is true, but then they're saying, no, you did say 1 plus 1 equals 2. You said 1 plus 0 equals 2, and they just keep saying no, but like I don't get it. Just
Well,
anyway.
they you understand the reason why it's then because he's telling people, let me scare people not to do it. Well, let me inform people of this. We're doing the test. We have done the test. So when we're building a system, the system works with batteries and with solar because we're designing it to do that specific job. So we're asking people who already have experience, who like Bravo 6, and did the experiments that he got the exact same thing that I got. That's called beta testing. So the simple fact is that we are the people who are designing the future and we're moving through the future because we're doing something new other than doing something that everyone else is doing. Just follow what the leaders say. Who are the leaders? And who are you following? And why would you only go by their due? To get something new, you're going to have to go outside the
Yeah, outside
boundaries.
the box.
Exactly. And that's been science ever since. Someone has to take that one step outside the boundaries to find something new. And they're saying, no, 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 you don't do this. Okay, those are called gatekeepers. Those are people who they call gatekeepers. I don't want you to step outside that matrix. Stay inside that matrix.
That's funny because I was about to mention the Matrix. The one scene where Neo is talking to Morpheus, and he's like, the agents, how they can like take over the people in the simulation, how like you know the Neo is the guy who can actually see through the how fake the simulation is, but the people in there, they're not really aware that they're in the simulation. It seems real to them,
Right.
but even though they might have an idea that something's not right, they'll fight so hard to protect the system that is the very system that keeps them down. And
Right.
it's pretty much what's going on.
Yeah.
I know.
No, well, one of the things that we can do, because like I said, it's a very good discussion. We had it was positive. And the one thing that we can do is actually, I can start live streaming from my channel. I have over 6,000 people, subscribers on my channel. So again, we can start live streaming from there. So we can actually talk about these things, duplicate, show our work. And I'm going to figure out how to get our group on that um, live stream so everybody can show their results. And you know what? That's how we move forward. That's how we get things done. So it just, I always want to move in a positive directive, and other people want to say that it's impossible. Okay, we accept that it's impossible, but we're still moving forward. And I'm going to say it like this, Supersonic. Do you see the stuff that they people done on the channel? Do you think what they're doing is impossible after you've seen what their results and stuff that they did on the channel?
I already know that, like, because I know what's that one guy who showed the cube, that the big cube solar setup that he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh
he
yeah.
was yeah, that was like a week ago or so. I remember
Yeah.
he demonstrated that, and like
Yeah.
a lot of this stuff from my previous experience, I already knew it would work. The only thing is that I didn't really start like fully understanding how all this stuff worked until I started watching your videos and MTech's videos. Then it kind of all came together
Right.
because, like I said before, I only kind of knew bits and pieces of stuff. But
But what
yeah,
you got to
it took
say
a while.
is what he's saying, that even MTech is wrong. You see what I'm saying? All these people are all wrong, but we're all testing the systems that we're showing our results. The only person who hasn't shown their results on here or any other videos is the person who's making the most noise about it.
Yeah, yeah. That's why he keeps saying, "Oh, attack my numbers," but no, we don't have to attack your numbers because we know that you're just, I don't know, you're not trying to really make a point at this point. It's
Yeah.
just yeah, just noise
He
kind of.
no, he purposely only calculated the energy coming from the solar. Even though the solar and the battery side was connected, he only calculated the numbers on the solar part. And everybody's seen that, and everybody knows that. It's on video now, like he said that himself. So the whole point is that when you start doing the calculations where you got the battery amp and the solar, that changes the game. And that's the reason why Bravo 6 came on here and said, I did this and it worked. So, again, that's why we had him talk, because, again, we're getting results. And MTech is doing the same thing. And he's doing negative resistance. I mean, he's talking about all types of things
So
that
yeah,
everybody don't really want to talk about. So, yeah, we understand anybody who's watching this feed. We're pushing forwards because we're stepping outside the norm. And now we're not telling people to go do it. We're saying that we're doing it. That's all. Okay. So guess what? We're bringing this to market. Whether that person is mad or upset, we're bringing this to market for you all to have this. So when we're finishing all our calculations and our proceeds and everything, guess what? It's going to be an actual device that you can buy. And that's when Chris Webb will believe it when he can actually get a unit that actually works. Look, Chris, you're tired, man. We maybe we should close down now. I don't even know if you can hear us,
He might have fell asleep again.
Chris. If you're tired, maybe we should shut down the thing. You got your mic off. We can't hear you.
Oh, I think is this him?
Yeah.
Energy ops.
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm saying if you're tired, when we just shut it down because we said everything we had to say.
Oh yeah, well, let's close maybe by in like 15 minutes.
So you have anything else to say,
Not
Chris?
really, not really. I'd seen a comment of this guy called Pierodusa was asking why he's not seeing any comment. So Pierodusa, I'm streaming on that channel and also on this other one. That's why. So on the other one, it's not that active.
How
As
many people? How many people are in the group chat?
right now,
Yeah.
right now, very few. A lot of them left. The maximum we got today, I think, was around 30, but right now is about 10. People went away some time back. But you know, you've been
Okay.
around for about 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, almost going 5 hours now.
Do you know what time they actually shut down?
I think it's like 6 hours.
6 hours, 6 hours. We still like 1 hour, 12 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's why I
Right.
like Discord because Discord doesn't have a time limit or anything like that, and its features are easier to manage.
But you're saying, oh, but you have to create a server, right? How do you go about it?
The to what?
I mean, the one that you're talking about, streaming with, like, usually you have to create a server and invite people, like a link, or how does it work?
Oh, oh yeah. Well, the servers are free. Like it depends on how many users are in the server, I think, and if you need to, think you can just invite multiple people into a call. I don't recall you needing the server for that. I think the server is just for if you have like a YouTube channel or something like that where you need to uh keep like a lot of the conversations and stuff organized like that. But I just think
Uh,
it's easier to use, to be honest.
yeah, the issue with this one for if I want to do 24 hours, I think I'm supposed to pay, is it, I think somewhere around $50 or $60. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
supposed,
Discord is cheaper.
yeah. You're saying?
Yeah, yeah. I haven't really had to pay for it aside from when sometimes I pay for their subscription because you get access to like certain um, perks, like you can use emojis across all your channels, or they occasionally have certain um, discounts on like other platforms, and you get like free stuff sometimes, but you don't really have to pay for it.
Uh, I think I try to look at it and see. Because this one it usually tells limitations like you cannot connect another camera. Once you begin with camera A, you only do camera A unless I pay for there's that other a higher tire, but I think it's around $50 or $60. So I was like, I'm not sure if I'll ever stream 24 hours, so there's no need for it. Yeah, it's talking about Discord, but I'll check it out. The issue I had with it was whether it will be able to run on my laptop. Like right now, I don't know if you can be able to hear the noise from fans.
It's pretty
You know,
lightweight. You should be able to run it.
for you, you use a PC, right? You told me that you use, I think, 3070. Was it 3070?
Yeah, I have two computers though. My main one has a 3070, but I also have a laptop.
Oh,
It does
but
have
you
an NVIDIA GPU in it too, though.
I try it one day, then see if it works fine. Then I can try it. I used to have Streamlabs. I don't know if you know Streamlabs. Um, but you're outside, yeah?
Outside?
Like you're standing outside or you're indoors?
Oh, I'm inside. You might be hearing my fan. I have like a fan on in the room.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm hearing some noise. Suno made an offensive song the other day. Gosh, since when things
Oh yeah, I saw a few weeks ago Suno got an update. They improved the vocals. I think the vocals are better than audio now, at least for now.
oh, for now, Suno sounds better than Udio. You guys were
Yeah,
using even Pierodusa. Last time Pierodusa was using Udio when we were talking about AI music.
yeah, it was good like a few weeks ago, but Suno got updated and it's like much better.
I haven't checked it out. I think, but I see Scamchan usually generates a song on it like daily, saying that Timbaland was showing it.
Well,
I think
one of the things I do, the reason why I let everyone talk peacefully is because I have so many people at my channel, and one of the things that we can do is take everything he just said with Chat GPT and put it up for our people to see why he got the answers he got and how to get them correct answers. So,
because
one of the
actually
things.
I actually asked ChatGPT. I think it was the first question he was asking, and it said that it basically said the same thing that the result said, but it actually went into deeper explaining how you can actually do it. But I think what it's trying to say is that it's probably happening so fast that it's not really simultaneous, but to you it basically is.
Yeah, it's doing exactly what your light bulb is doing. Your
Yeah.
light bulb is not on constantly. It's blinking off and on at 60 hertz. And at 60 hertz, it looks like it's steady light. But everybody knows that, or they should know that because it's basic. So again, when you're talking about something that's alternating, which we were talking about the cars, the West names, then if you ask ChatGPT is this system to charge and discharge in a pulse width module, is it alternating the charge of discharging and charging in order to charge the battery and discharge the battery? Because here's the point. If you got sunlight coming in from solar, okay, where is it going? It's going into the battery. And if you have uh uh what do you call it, inverter attached to that battery, then you taking energy off that battery. Okay. So it was like, wait a minute, you have to be able to charge the battery and discharge the battery at the same time. It's a two-way street when it's at the battery terminal, is it not? Is all charge controller that the battery goes both ways at the battery, but only one way at the solar, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you just gotta know the normal operations of your equipment. And if you don't own this type of equipment, you won't know these things. So that's the reason why I just go back and I go into explaining what he does not want people to know. So it's just easy to go back and just say, let him speak, let him get his words out, go back to my channel, and then get all that disproven, and then say, look, he doesn't have a solar system, and you can tell.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was on the last one. I don't think you were on the last stream, and he was saying how, because you remember how he said he had tested it before and it didn't work, but he explained how he tested it. He said he used some kind of simulation program. I'm not sure which one he used though, but he
No,
said that.
even if he used the simulation of thing, and I'm not saying he didn't. What I'm saying is he's always doing only the solar.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so he didn't account for in the diagram where the battery and the solars are hooked together. So he's not counting the amps from the other side to control the charge controller, but they're both connected. He just said, "I refuse to count what's coming from that other controller." So this is the reason why I played the video. The video shows that they've been doing this in the industry for a long time. That they use two controllers for a very long time. Okay. So if they do that in the natural thing, that means the only people who won't know that is people who don't have a solar, and they just won't know that because they haven't dealt with solar or anything like that. So that's the reason when I asked you, I said, "Well, do you have your own solar system?" It doesn't matter what size. It matters that you use the equipment and you know how the equipment operates. That's what matters in these contexts. How do you speak about something you've never done?
yeah,
So again, he was like, "Hey, if you got a solar system, well, you know the difference between a PWM and you know the difference between a MPPT. You know the difference. You know the charge. You know the power going in and out of the system. But if you don't, then those are the little small nuances that stumps people because they don't understand how the system actually works." And you, Chris, you stopped the video right at the point where we were going to show that we were using the battery going into the charge controller.
They were they were saying that it wasn't playing well the audio.
oh
Yeah, but
yeah,
even if
there's
you just
something
got past
weird.
plugging it in, because that was right at the time people were saying, "Oh, you can't do that," and that's when you cut it off. Is that when we were doing that? Because the whole point was, is they said we never did these things. If I showed that I did do them, that's how I can talk about them. That's the reason why I can talk about in my books what I did, because I actually did what I said I can do. But then when you cut it off, oh, he didn't show it. Of course not. This has been the argument from day one that we did not show it, and then you cut it off. Oh, bad audio. Come on. It was the
Let
point
me
where
show
there was
you.
no audio. The whole point was it showed that I did it.
Let me show
That
you
was
the.
the main point.
But what I know is with most people, like they want you to show doing it like now. Like a number of people who have left the WhatsApp group channel. Even Marlon. When I usually try to ask them like, why are you leaving? Most will say that in like I'm just getting a lot of messages from the chat, and like there's nothing that I'm being told. Yeah, like they say that they're not being taught anything. I know it had to do with the flat earth thing, but it was, there was an issue between him and Fred, although they're usually friends. But now I went and tried to ask him like if he wants to come back and all that, but he said that doesn't see a point in that because people are mostly just posting about images and all that, and for him he wants like maybe to be shown like how are things working. And also there was somebody else who left. I think it was his name was Kuna or what. He also had the same issue, saying that he's not learning anything new, and he thought maybe in the group there'll be. I'm looking for the comment about the audio. So he said that he thought about that maybe in the group they'll be taught how to do some things or demonstrations, but it's not thing there. I think it's very loud for this person. Is it hot or what?
Yeah, the AC isn't on right now, so
Well, the Scam Chan, I understand you know that I talked about self-charging cars, but how would you understand self-charging cars if you can't understand this simple diagram of self-charging solar system? If that's too complicated, then a car is going to be way out of your ballpark. So
exactly.
the whole point is maybe we should just look at the little systems, do small little tests on at safe voltages until you understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. Call it out if you have to, but what we're doing is showing you our results on people who actually used and did the system. Okay, we will have it up for sale. The whole point is that we're raising the money to actually get it for sale, and it's not going to take 8 years to do that.
So they want something that's just like off the shelf, but there isn't really anything that's off the shelf. You have to build it yourself.
Yeah. But no, we can get China to build it. They'll do the schematics. They'll do all of this. It's just that the whole point is that you got to get the money to get it built, and that's
Yeah.
what we're doing. And that's why everybody uh, um, in our group who is actually doing this, that's how it's getting funded. You know, so the whole point is that the people who understand the work are the people who are funding the books. So now what we're going to do is take that money and put it back into the where the people so they can have a system. So when you say I want to buy it, we will be able to sell it to you. Matter of fact, we'll probably if you're contributing, we'll probably just give you one, but it's up to people who are contributing to these things. So that's why we invite people to the group, contribute to it, and then again, we the what is that the go Indiegogo, they're not going to let us just scam people. So we're doing those systems, and they'll keep us in track of what we're doing, how we're doing it, and that we're using the money for what we're using it for. And that's the reason why Indiegogo and other systems like it uh, does what it does, and they've been doing it for years and successful. So again, giving the money to push this technology forward. That was my first book, was to push this technology into the real world, and it changes a lot of stuff.
250. Yeah,
You say
that's a lot for their service. It's I do think it's what they have is good, and their the new stuff that they announced a couple days ago. But I don't even think even for unless you're like a an enterprise user or something, then it will probably be worth the money, but because that'll be like pennies. But for like a normal user, that's too much. And I know ChatGPT and Claude from Anthropic have similar plans. They're just way too expensive for what they offer, especially when a lot of the stuff you can actually get for free uh, and install it on your computer if you know what to look for.
yeah, but the 250 is a lot. Although for YouTube, for Google, I see they offer a number of things. I mean, there's
Yeah,
a,
yeah, they have a lot more. Like you get 2 TB or 20 TB of storage. You get like unlimited access to most of their models and stuff like that.
yeah, but
But
it's the
I think it should be what the price is now. They have like a limited discount fee where it's instead of the full 250, it's 125 right now. I think that should be the price. Even then, that might still be a little too high, but I think that's reasonable. But 250, that's too high.
I was just seeing from somebody else who was testing the videos. He says that it's 125, 124 for 3 months. 124 for 3 months, then you go now. From that, you pay 250.
Yeah.
And again, you have to buy talk credits by the you have to buy credits like for their video generation tool and all that. You get the monthly ones, but if you generate more, you'll have to buy more credits again. So I wish they could have just made like VO3 to be separate. VO3 looks cool. I wish they could have just made it to be like you can buy it on like a standalone.
Mm.
They say like $20 per month
Yeah.
instead of saying you have to spend 250 to get the entire like. And by the Lloyd, you know
Yeah.
you can do. I don't know if you're still around, but you can do like if you have a phone. With a phone you can do like vertical streams on your channel. On your channel, I'm sure ID won't come to mess with you. Although today he just said that he wanted to share information.
Yeah, the Scam Chan said something about a black box. You know what that is? Said sell it on the black box. Put it on black box. Is that a channel or a website?
Put it in a black box, sell it. I don't know if he's talking about the 250 or he's talking about your maybe you can clarify. I don't know if he's talking about after you said that you put it on that website.
Well, if it's
I
a
think
website, I'll look it up. I just wanted to know
he's talking
exactly
about
what
the
it was.
device. He's talking about the device. Yeah, the device.
Right.
AI is taking perfectly with videos now. Talking perfectly. Yeah, yeah. Especially the one. If you've seen the one from VO3, it's like very realistic, and even it adds on sound effects and all that.
I think he's saying how the AI is like a black box. I'm not sure that's what he means.
You also say that the device is talking about what Lloyd was saying that they plan to. He said that he will put it on that website. I'm forgetting the name of the site. It's not like GoFundMe.
Okay. So it's a website. I can look that up.
He's saying that you put it on a in a black box for sale. Your free
Okay.
edge device.
Right. Well, let me tell you something else. The group that we have, I got some people to read my books before I publish them to make sure that it was accurate and it was what some of the results that they got. So it goes through a group of mine, and when they read it, they like, oh yeah, go publish this. Okay. So again, it's not just me. So that was the whole point of the even having the conversation. It's not just me. So yeah, when you say things like black box, yeah, I'm gonna look into it, and then we will put it on black box.
I means in a black box. I think it just means like you package it well and sell it.
Oh, I think yeah, yeah. I think that's what he means. Make it compact.
Yeah, 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 will do. Like I said, Scam Chan is this. We're going to do this. It was That's the whole point of this whole thing. We're going to do this. We're pushing forward. We're showing you our results. What we're talking today is just talking about the results that people have, and then we're going into the next phase of this to get an actual device built and up for sale. So once we get all this done, go back and look at everything that's been said, and then find out if this made sense, because then you'll start to see what I said earlier. You have people who want to disrupt stuff, and you have people who want to help people achieve these goals. And you'll understand it all when you can go back and look in the past on what people say and how they said it. That's what I've been doing on my YouTube channel, is getting people to go back and say, hey, look at this person said, and then if you play the full video, look what I actually meant. And then ask Chat GPT and says, now, which one of these are accurate? And then Chat GPT lays it out there as raw because it gets the transcript. So it's got three opinions. So the whole point is that, again, you have gatekeepers, and you'll know who those gatekeepers are. Right now, Chris don't know who to believe.
Isaac Peru.
Yeah, making it a part of the power station. Yeah, that's the whole point of doing that. But if I made it myself, it wouldn't. It would be larger than this, a regular power station. Probably about the size of a large suitcase. Scam Chan. That's what my capabilities is at this time. But if I'm sure somebody who can do chips and logic
Uh,
chips
yeah,
can
yeah.
um, can
I was
actually make
actually
it up.
I was going to mention that earlier, but I do believe there's a way you could actually reduce the need of some of the components with a microcontroller, or
Yes.
like you said, like some type of logic chip, and use a sophisticated algorithm to manage your power that way. And
Yes.
that's actually a little bit easier to do now with AI. You can get it to code you up applications that will work, very sophisticated things that will work like first try.
Yeah,
So it's,
yeah, because you have people who make your chips and all that. China does all that. What do they
yeah,
call it? PCB.
PCBs, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But they have all types of advanced ways they make all these chips now.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. That's the reason why we know that this is coming out, because if I can show it with a regular systems, I mean a cheap charge controller, and show these results, then you know that we're not too far away from actually getting a real system out there it just all he has to do is get those schematics, get it to China, and they will make it and print it right on those uh, solar panels.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was the point of having him show how he did his solar panels, because now he can actually print on there, and all of a sudden, if you got the 140, 110, 145, if he's getting those results from the solar panels, then that was the point in the first place. So yeah, it would be probably the size of a large phone charger, a big, because they come in all different sizes, but I'm saying this the largest size phone charger you've seen is probably be around that size. You can base it on the actual photo we gave of him showing that he had it in a box, and he showed another picture where he showed 145 in a regular picture. So Scam Chan, if you've seen those pictures, you know that that's the around the size it would be. Yeah, the AI can design
They're,
circuit
yeah,
boards,
they're already doing
but
that now, actually.
yeah, but they don't give you what is that file they call that to be, and I try to get ChatGPT to put out that circuit board, because it will give you a diagram, but it's not going to be in the program that you have to send to PCB or any of those things.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
forgot.
They use specific types of models and programs that are designed to like they actually designed the way the circuit works, and then they uh transfer that into whatever file type it is, and then they put that through the process, and you know they do the usual process to make the chip.
Yes, yeah, but what did they call the program? I can't think of it right offhand. What is
I know
the actual?
there's a few types. um I know Fusion 360 does PCBs.
Yeah,
um
but they always tell you to put it in a certain program to send it to
oh
them. I just can't think of it right now. And ChatBT said it could do it, but then it said it couldn't do it after it tried.
So
So
chat,
well,
it couldn't
I
actually
know it
format.
so sometimes they hallucinate it. None of these AI platforms are able to do 3D yet. There are or like they can do like 2D image like representations of like diagrams and stuff like that. That for sure they could do, but like a specific like file type or something complex like that, they can't do that yet. But
Yeah.
yeah. But
I guess they're working on it. So that the whole point is that when it came back, it was like, oh, I can't do this program because it came back and it's an error. So the whole point is it did give me another file in which I can convert into the file I can send. So I didn't understand it. That's why I haven't done it, because I didn't understand the other files. So I'm having someone look at it that understands those floor mats before I put it, all that money into something, make sure the circuit is correct. But
mm.
yeah, that means that
Oh
we're working on it, and we'll be telling everybody what our progress is. So everybody can see it step by step on what we're doing, how we're doing. So that's just science.
yeah, yeah. There is a program I heard of called Flux.ai that does something like that too, if I recall.
Say it
Where it
again.
Flux, F L
Yeah.
U X, yeah.
No, no, I got it, but I missed part of the sentence.
Oh, so there's this application, or it's like a online platform, but it's called Flux.ai. It can help you design um chips and PCBs and stuff like that.
Okay, okay. I most definitely will look it up. Yeah, that's the stuff you should be putting in the group when you come in. All you have to do is leave a comment.
Oh, I got a whole lot of stuff I could put in there because I use a bunch of different applications every day.
Yes.
So
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. Every little bit helps, and that means that we're actually working the problem. We're actually working the science. So if we can do that, that means we push forward.
Yeah, please share.
yeah, yeah. I saw one guy. I think it was like maybe maybe like a week ago. He was showing he's using Manus. It's like a I have Manus too. I had it for like a month, but I didn't really use it that much because I used other things that did something similar. But it's like an agent framework where you can tell it to go do something and it'll figure out how to do it on its own. And then over however long it takes it, it might be 5 minutes, 20 minutes, it'll come back to you with the result. And then, you can see if it's what you want and you keep iterating with it. It it could do a lot of interesting things. Like it could even train a AI model for you if you know what you want to do. And it's good. It has limitations though because it's expensive, and two, it's still not perfect. It's not gonna get everything right for you, but it can do like um very um simple yet somewhat sophisticated applications and research and stuff like that. So it's a
Well,
good
that's the
tool to
reason why
use.
you always have someone else that understands the programs, and to check your work. So
Yeah.
that's what we're having done is that again we'll have somebody check the work, get it to where we want it. But here's the thing: if you got where we're at now with the two charge controllers, the solar, the what's names, then once you show that, someone can make a circuit to compact it. So then that can be checked to see if that circuit is right. So again, it's a lot of checks and balances, but again, we are moving forwards, not backwards. You still with us, Sonic?
Oh, oh, I must have been on mute or something. Um, yeah, I heard what you were saying.
Yeah. Well, let me say, man, it was good to talk to you finally. Hopefully, Dr. Elliott will come on and talk to us and give his results that he took. And he's been sending them to me, but I didn't want to bog down because of what he sent me was a lot of stuff. It's over 100 pages. But
Mm.
I didn't want to give all that to Chris to put up on here. But again, it's a lot of people who are having positive results that are looking at my work, and they're just being quiet, because I did invite them, you know, but I think what it is that most people look at it and says, why argue with facts? So we're having positive results, and people are not going to argue with those facts. Me, I'm just going to start producing and getting it out there, and it shouldn't matter what I do to anyone else. Does it matter to you what I do?
No, no.
Right. Does it have any effect on what I do with my life? You know. So if I want to write a book that's just full of it. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about writing a book called Bullshit.
Mm.
you know, and putting it right on Chat GPT.
This really gonna make identity matter.
Right. Because it shouldn't matter what another person does, getting chased around and what's there. It should, why are you so invested in what I do? What should be, if you bought my book, you should be the one to be calling me all these names and saying you want your money back. You know what I'm saying? Because you bought the book.
Oh, actually, I just bought one of your books, like I think it was like the dollar one, because I was actually trying to. One of the things I do with AI is I'll take a lot of information, so it could come from like a book, or it could come from some web searches or whatever. And I take
Right.
all that information, I put it in to the model, and then I use that to I can do all sorts of stuff with that. I can build something on it, like a application. I can inquire about how it works or what it means, and like extrapolate information from it that way. But I was having an issue because the books are on Kindle, right?
Yeah.
And the file type that they use has a DRM, so it means I can't just take the file and put it into like an AI or something like that. So it's hard for me to do that, but I have a temporary workaround for that, where I have to manually record each page, and then because Google AI Studio can understand video, I can
Right.
actually put it into there, and it can take all that information and it could extract it and put it
There
into
is
like a.
there is another way for you to do it.
Are you talking about like the what's it called? I think I know what you're talking about, like Caliber. It can take the file and convert it to a PDF.
No. You can come on the channel and I can just send you a copy, a digital copy.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be way easier. Yeah, yeah.
I got a few, and the last
Right.
one is really good. The one with the solar panels inbuilt in the LED lights and the MOSFET. I don't remember the title. I'm sorry, Lloyd, but it is the panel of the future, something like that. It was really interesting, and I really identify with the work that I've done and showed to the guys.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually using because what I'm thinking of doing is combining some of these ideas and like some of MTech's builds, and then combining it into my own projects, because some things I'm gonna have to change. Like I said, I'm gonna experiment with other things like microcontrollers and whatnot. But I
Right.
use deep research to where you know what deep research is in ChatGPT, right?
Yes. I know
So
what you're
yeah,
talking about.
so I can basically tell it, all right, well, here's the information I have here, and I need, these things. So, you can go look for it, or you can go write up a report on what you found. Well, basically, what I've been doing is I've been trying to source all the parts and stuff, and figuring out like what I need. So I've been gathering like parts like capacitors, resistors, transistors, stuff like that. I got some solar panels like a month ago, but I'm still waiting for some other stuff to come in. But I'm just using all this stuff so I can figure out how to implement this into some of my designs, because I do have some things that are very unique that I'm building, especially for the exoskeleton, and it requires a lot of power. Because before, I was actually going to use a capacitor bank that could discharge a large amount of energy at once, because I'm going to be using a special design electromagnet. It's basically like, well, it's not really that special. It's like a microwave transformer, but you cut the transformer in half, and you can utilize the that configuration to uh get more strength out of the field's pull effect. I'm not sure if it will also be inverse when you want to like repel something. I haven't experimented with that yet, but there's um there's a function of the exoskeleton that's going to power the legs, and it's using a combination of a special designed structure that I'm building for the feet. So it'll give you increased mobility, like far more than any other exoskeleton that's out right now. So I'm also designing that too, and I'm building that from scratch with my 3D printer. The process to build it is a bit complex. I can talk about it some other time because there's like a whole lot to go into it. But um,
Well, answer this question. You read the book. Do you feel that you should get your money back?
uh, no, I mean it was just $1.
Yeah, but the whole point is that was it bullshit and you should get your money back.
No, it was all correct, all correct information.
Okay. See, the whole point I just try to get positive feedback. If it's negative feedback, I accept it. But the whole point is that when you have somebody who hasn't read the books and then they call your book bullshit and is wrong and what we want to hear from people who actually read the book. This like, hey, was this good book good? Was it bad? Was it okay? That lets people know that, this book is more than what other people may think.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, most of my books are over 20 pages. I've been trying to write some that's 20 pages or less, but it is hard. But scam chance, so I most of my books are over 20 pages, and the pages are on the site of Amazon.
Ooh.
And to answer the question, can you I sent you a video, Chris. Can you give that video to him so he can get the book he's asking for?
I've already shared. You mean Matthews? Is Matthews still around? Somebody call. You mean this guy?
Yeah, I think I sent you the video so uh, he can actually
You have shared the link. You still around or you froze?
here. I'm just giving you the link. So I gave you the link and that video. Just tell him to go into the description, and all my books are in the description.
Matthews. His name is Matthews. Matthews, watch this video. I've shared the link in the chat. You can click on it and you'll see the links. It says that thank you. I've received the video. I liked and subscribed. Thanks again.
Okay. And see, here's the whole point about see, he'll go onto my site, he'll if he gets a book, he'll read it, and he will come back and let people know if it's garbage or not. That's the reason why you don't have to listen to the gatekeepers, because real actual people will look at your work and they will tell what if your work is bullshit or not.
Did you ever manage to get uh Josiah's Josiah's paper? Because I saw that I
Let
did
me
see
see.
it. I got an email about it like a few weeks ago. I saw the email. But I think in order to actually get it, I have to request access to it on Drive or something.
Okay.
Let me see if I can send it to. His name was
Mm.
Josiah. Josiah. He had said to me. I think there's one which had you had to get access to. So had you requested access?
Um, I can. I haven't yet.
I give
Uh
this. I have this.
it's not 100 books. It's only 13 books now. But if you go on to KDP, Amazon, you can read any of those books for free. And right now, we're running a campaign to actually just read the books on KDP because I still get paid money. We're just taking that money to actually put into making this machine and selling it to people. So
And
that's
what was
what
your
we're using the money
email?
for.
14.
Yeah.
The email that you reached out to us.
The
I don't
the
remember.
email.
Huh?
Oh, it's yep
I
gmail
see it.
dot
I see it.
com.
I see it. I see it. I see it. Let me send it to you now because when I say I'll send it to you, I'm sure I will sleep and waking up. I will have forgotten already. He told me to send to you last time he was on. He said sent it. Then I forgot.
Yeah, we have more books coming out than other than 13. It's just that I only have 13 books being published at this time. And yes, you can go on to KDP, yeah, Kindle, and you can actually read the books for free. I still get paid for it. So the whole point is that
It's
we're
done.
trying to raise money in that method so we can all let's say if you have a Kindle account already. Yeah, if you have a Kindle account, you can, yeah. Yeah, just go on to the list I gave you, type on one of the books, and then if you put in my name and stuff, you should be able to get to any of my Kindle books. And like I say, they pay me per page read.
Ah, I should go to bed now. I will
Okay.
send you. Uh, but I think since he has seen 13 books, it means he got the link.
Yeah, yeah. Long as he has that video, he can go to any of the link. If he can't get to the any of the link, just drop me a message in YouTube, and I'll take care of it.
And for this supersonic I've shared, if you check your email, you will find it.
Okay, I'll check.
And I say that he got it.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any question. Any question? I think it's okay if we end it now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for everyone for being around. We will do it next time. The doctor he said that he's traveling for now.
Okay. It
He'll be
doesn't
free
matter. Like
for
I said, we'll get him on here. We'll talk about these things, and you know, yeah, like I say, I think he's
he
because of
said
all
that
of his degrees and stuff that people might accept what we're doing after he checks into it, or the stuff that he's actually looked at, and get his opinion on it.
I said that he will check in on June 12th. June 12th
Okay.
Mm.
is when he will be free. So but he said that he was okay with coming to do a live stream. So but from that's it's like let's say mid June.
Right. Okay.
Ah, okay.